close your eyes and let the heavy stone walls of your own room dissolve into the warm, dusty air of ancient Attica, where the light is so sharp it seems to carve the world out of marble, and time itself moves with the slow, rhythmic drone of cicadas in the olive groves. We are drifting back across the vast ocean of centuries, settling gently into a wooden bench polished by the shifting weight of 1,000 citizens, smelling the scent of dry earth, sweat, and the faint, briny tang of the nearby Aegean Sea. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Now, breathe in the heat of this spring morning, for we have arrived at a fracture in time. In the year 399 BC, the world's first democracy, Athens, executed a 70-year-old man for a singular crime. Thinking aloud in public and teaching others to do the same. The man was Socrates, and his death became the most crucial execution in human history, not because of who he was, but because of what it revealed about the dangerous relationship between truth and power, and the conflict between the individual conscience and the will of the majority. Athens, which had invented the concept of demokratia, people power, and established itself as the school of all Greece, ultimately forced hemlock down the throat of its most reasonable citizen, a paradox that hangs over the city like a low morning mist. By 399 BC, this radical experiment was wounded, having lost the devastating Peloponnesian War and endured the brief, brutal reign of the 30 tyrants. The restored democracy was haunted by trauma and looking for someone to blame. The city that built the Parthenon could not tolerate one barefoot old man asking uncomfortable questions in the marketplace. We find ourselves sitting in the midst of this intolerance, inside the enclosure of the Heliaia, the Supreme Court of Athens, which isn't a grand palace of justice with marble columns and hushed tones, but a bustling, open-air enclosure near the marketplace, crowded with 501 jurors who are not professional judges, but ordinary men, farmers with dirt under their fingernails, potters smelling of clay, merchants checking their purses, and rowing veterans with calloused hands. There is a nervous energy here, a vibrating tension that feels less like a legal proceeding and more like a gathering storm. Because in Athens, a trial is a spectator sport, a form of theater where lives are weighed against rhetoric. We watch as the sunlight cuts across the enclosure, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, tiny galaxies swirling around the figure standing alone on the bema, the speaker's platform. He does not look like a hero of the Homeric age. He is short, stout, with a snub nose and bulging eyes that seem to take in everything at once, resting on a face that looks more like a satyr's mask than a philosopher's portrait. He wears a single threadbare cloak, the same one he wears in winter and summer, and his feet are bare against the hard-packed earth, a small detail that unnerves the wealthy jurors who are used to soft leather sandals. Perhaps they worry his lack of footwear is a silent judgment on their own comforts. Or maybe they just think he forgot where he put them. Historians still argue whether the trial took place in the enclosed building of the Parabiston or the open-air grandeur of the main agora. But most agree that the sheer size of the jury required a space where the voice of the accused had to fight against the wind and the murmurs of the crowd. The air is thick with the smell of anxiety and anticipation, for everyone knows that this isn't really about impiety or corrupted youth. It is about a city trying to exorcise its own ghosts. We can feel the weight of the recent past pressing down on the shoulders of the jurors. The memory of the war is fresh, a wound that hasn't quite scabbed over. And every man here has lost a brother, a father, or a son to Spartan spears, or the terrible plague that turned the streets into morgues. They are tired, these men of Athens, tired of war, tired of hunger, and tired of being told by this old man that they know nothing. It is a dangerous thing to tell a tired man that he is ignorant, especially before he has had his lunch. We float invisibly through the crowd, listening to the whispers, the shifting of restless bodies on wooden benches, the scratching of styluses on wax tablets, and the soft clink of the bronze ballots that will eventually decide the fate of the man who stands so quietly in the center of the storm. He seems almost bored by the danger, his head cocked to one side as if listening to a music only he can hear, a faint smile playing on his lips that suggests he knows a joke the rest of the city has missed. This is the paradox of Athens in full view. A society that prides itself on freedom of speech, on parrhesia, is gathering its breath to silence the one voice that took that freedom seriously. The water clock, the clepsydra, stands ready to mark the time, a simple clay vessel dripping water into another, measuring out the remaining minutes of a life with unfeeling precision. Drop by drop, the time of Socrates bleeds away, and we are here to witness it, ghosts in the sunlight, watching the tragedy unfold, not with horror, but with a strange, melancholic beauty. It is the friction between the ideal of Athens, the gleaming city on the hill, the city of Athena, the city of light, and the gritty, fearful reality of a population recovering from a collective nervous breakdown. The man on the platform represents the uncomfortable itch of conscience, the reminder that building beautiful temples is not the same as building beautiful souls. As the prosecutor, Miletus, clears his throat, a young man with a thin beard and a trembling voice, we realize that he is terrified, not of the crowd, but of the old man he is accusing, for he knows that to engage Socrates in dialogue is to step into a labyrinth where you are likely to lose your way. But today, the labyrinth has walls of stone and a ceiling of sky, and the Minotaur is just an old man who loves his city enough to annoy it to death. The sensory details of the scene anchor us, the rough grain of the wood under our phantom fingers, the taste of dust, the blinding white of the distant Acropolis hovering above us, like a promise the city can no longer keep. We are present at the moment when the Western mind is about to sever its own head, a moment of supreme irony where the wisest man is judged by those who confuse opinion with knowledge. And yet beneath the tension, there is a strange calmness radiating from the accused, a stillness that seems to slow the very air around him, inviting us to stop, to listen, and to understand how a stonemason's son came to be the stone on which Athens would break its own laws, to understand why the old man stands alone on the platform. We must first understand the ground beneath his feet, the very stage upon which this tragedy plays out. Let us lift our gaze from the dusty enclosure of the court and drift upwards, soaring like one of Athena's owls over the tile roofs and twisting alleys, taking in the full, breathtaking sprawl of the city. This is Athens, the city of the violet crown, a name bestowed by the poet Pindar, not for its royalty, but for the peculiar bruising purple light that settles over the slopes of Mount Hymettus, just as the sun dips below the horizon. It is a trick of the light, a daily miracle of geography that bathes the limestone temples in a soft, ethereal glow, making the city look more like a dream than a place where people argue about the price of fish. But in 399 BC, the violet light falls on a city that is nursing deep, invisible wounds, a city that feels less like a dream and more like a survivor waking up in a hospital bed, checking its limbs to see what is still attached. We glide over the great long walls, or rather, what remains of them. Once, these massive fortifications connected the city to its heartbeat, the port of Piraeus, turning Athens into an island on land, impregnable and arrogant. But only 5 years ago, at the crushing end of the Peloponnesian War, the Spartan victors ordered them pulled down to the music of flute girls, a humiliation that still burns in the throat of every citizen like swallowed bile. Historians still argue whether the dismantling was total or if sections were left standing as a ragged reminder. But for the Athenians, the psychological breach was absolute. The walls are rising again, slowly, stone by heavy stone. But the sense of invincibility they once provided is gone forever, replaced by a drafty feeling of vulnerability, as if the city's front door has been left wide open to the cold winds of history. Drifting down toward the bustling agora, the marketplace, we find the nervous system of the democracy. It is a chaotic, sensory overload of a place, smelling of curing leather, garlic sausages, unwashed bodies, and the sharp tang of oxidation from the bronzesmiths' workshops. Here everything is for sale. Figs from Attica, pottery from Corinth, and ideas from everywhere. It is said that an Athenian will spend 2 obols on food and 3 hours talking about it, for conversation is the true currency of this city. Yet beneath the chatter, there is a new, brittle edge. The city is recovering from the nightmare of the 30 tyrants, a puppet government installed by Sparta that executed 1,500 leading democrats in just 8 months. Everyone walking these streets knows someone who vanished during that year of terror. Everyone knows which neighbor collaborated to save their own skin. The democracy has been restored under a formal amnesty, a law of me mnesikakein, literally not to remember bad things, which forbids prosecuting anyone for crimes committed during the oligarchy. It is a noble, desperate attempt to glue the shattered society back together by enforced forgetting. But human memory is not a wax tablet that can be smoothed over with a thumb. The anger has to go somewhere. And like rising steam looking for a vent, it swirls through the marketplace, seeking a target that isn't protected by the amnesty. Above it all looms the Acropolis, the high city, floating on its rock like a white ship on a sea of blue sky. The Parthenon, completed only 30 years prior, gleams with a perfection that mocks the messiness of the streets below. Its marble columns are not white, as we imagine them, but painted in garish reds, blues, and golds, a riot of color that celebrates the goddess Athena. Inside stands the chryselephantine statue, a towering figure of ivory and gold, her eyes watching over a city that has failed her. It is a beautiful, painful contrast, the perfect mathematical harmony of the architecture versus the chaotic, fearful, compromised lives of the people who built it. It is like living in a palace while wearing rags. The grandeur of the setting only highlights the poverty of the moment. Yet, despite the trauma, life pushes through the cracks like stubborn weeds in a paved courtyard. We see the potters spinning their wheels in the Kerameikos district, their hands shaping the red clay into vessels that will one day fill museums, though right now they are just worrying about whether the kiln is hot enough. We hear the rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack of the fuller washing clothes in stale urine. A job so unpleasant, it's a standing joke that the fuller has the cleanest toga and the foulest friends. We watch a group of young men, the Ephebes, training in the wrestling yard of the Palestra, their bodies oiled and glistening, practicing the art of war in a city that is tired of fighting but terrified of peace. They grapple and throw one another into the dust, unaware that the real struggle for Athens is not physical but spiritual. The weather, as always in Attica, is a character in the drama. It is a dry, bright heat that strips away secrets, a light so relentless it leaves no shadows to hide in. The air is crisp, lacking the humidity that weighs down the spirit, an atmosphere that the ancients believed sharpened the wit and made the mind agile. The air of Athens, the poet Euripides wrote, is a food for thought. But lately, the diet has been poor. The empire is gone. The tribute payments from subject allies have stopped flowing, and the city is broke. There are no more grand building projects, no more festivals where oxen are slaughtered by the hundred. The belt of the city has been tightened to the last notch, and a hungry man is a dangerous judge. In this landscape of violet light and sharp stones, the presence of Socrates becomes more than just a nuisance. It is a provocation. He is a walking reminder of the questions Athens tried to bury under the amnesty. While the city tries to rebuild its walls, he asks if walls are worth building if the men inside them are unjust. While the merchants try to rebuild their fortunes, he asks if wealth is a virtue or a trap. He is the grit in the oyster, but Athens is too exhausted to make a pearl. It just wants to spit him out. As the sun climbs higher, heating the stones until they radiate warmth through the thin soles of sandals, the atmosphere in the city shifts from morning hope to afternoon lethargy. The cicadas scream louder, a wall of sound that vibrates in the teeth. It is the perfect time for a nap, for a retreat into the cool shade of the stoa. But there is no rest today. The trial draws the attention of the city like a magnet, pulling the iron filings of public opinion towards that wooden enclosure. The city of the Violet Crown is suffering from a headache, a throbbing pressure behind the eyes, and it has decided, in its collective delirium, that the cure is to cut out the part of itself that thinks too much. We float back down from the heights, leaving the eagles and the gods, and return to the dust level, where the tragedy is human-sized, smelling of garlic and fear unfolding in the shadow of the very monuments that were meant to celebrate wisdom. To find the origin of the man who would deconstruct the soul of Athens, we must leave the noisy agora and walk south, following the dusty road to the Dem of Alopesh, a quiet suburb of orchards and workshops, where the air is heavy with the smell of wild thyme and the sharp, dry scent of pulverized rock. Here, amidst the clinking of iron on stone, a rhythmic tink, tink, tink that serves as the heartbeat of the district, we find the beginning of our story, not in a library or a temple, but in a cloud of white dust. Socrates was not born into the leisure class of aristocrats who spent their days rubbing oil on their bodies in the gymnasium. He was born into the Panosic class, the working men who built the city with their hands. His father was Sophroniscus, a stonemason and sculptor, a man of few words and strong forearms, whose life was defined by the resistance of marble against the chisel. Imagine a young Socrates, long before the baldness and the beard, a sturdy, awkward boy standing in the shadow of his father, covered in a fine layer of white powder that makes him look like a ghost in the sunlight. This is where he learned his first lessons, not from books, but from the unforgiving nature of stone. Marble is honest. It does not flatter. It does not pretend to be soft when it is hard. And if you strike it with the wrong angle or a distracted mind, it cracks, ruining months of labor in a single heartbeat. We can see the boy learning the patience that would later define his conversations, the ability to strike the same point over and over again until the surface heals. There is a profound philosophical metaphor hidden in the trade of the stonemason that surely seeped into the boy's bones. To create a statue, one does not add material. One removes it. You do not build a face. You chip away everything that is not the face until the truth of the image is revealed. This is the physical precursor to what would become the Socratic method, the art of stripping away false beliefs, pretenses, and illusions until only the naked truth remains. He was learning to carve souls long before he ever engaged a senator in debate, understanding that wisdom is often a process of subtraction, of clearing away the debris of error. Historians still argue whether Socrates actually finished any great works of art himself. The traveler Pausanias, writing centuries later, claimed to have seen a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that was carved by Socrates' own hand. It is a lovely image to hold in the mind. The man who was famously ugly, spending his youth carving the goddesses of beauty and charm. Perhaps he looked at the smooth, idealized marble faces of the Graces, and then looked in a polished bronze mirror at his own snub nose and wide mouth, realizing with a quiet, self-deprecating chuckle that his beauty would have to be of a different, invisible kind. Life in the workshop of Sophroniscus was hard, physical, and disciplined. We can imagine the sensation of the heavy mallet in his hand, the vibration traveling up the arm, the constant need for precision. It grounded him in a reality that the sophists, with their airy words and relativistic clouds, could never understand. A stone block is either square or it is not. A column is either plumb or it will fall. There is an objective reality in masonry that does not care about your opinion or your rhetoric. This respect for the absolute, for the forms that exist beyond our messy perception, likely took root here, in the geometry of the workshop. But there must have been a moment, perhaps during a hot afternoon, when the cicadas were shrieking and the dust was clogging his throat, when the young Socrates put down his chisel and looked at the half-finished block with a sudden, piercing dissatisfaction. Why spend a life shaping cold stone into the likeness of men when the men themselves were walking around misshapen and unformed? The statues would last for 1,000 years, staring blankly into eternity. But the people of Athens, his neighbors, his friends, the politicians leading them to war, were crumbling from within, structurally unsound, built on foundations of arrogance and greed. We can visualize this pivot point, the moment the craftsman decided that the material he wanted to work with was not Pentelic marble, but the living, breathing human psyche. It was a trade-off that would lead him to poverty, A stonemason gets paid for every lintel and stele, but a philosopher gets paid in strange looks and hostility. Yet, he seems to have carried the workshop with him. Throughout his life, Socrates would use examples from the trades, shoemakers, carpenters, shipbuilders, to humble the haughty. He would ask a general, if you wanted a ship built, you would ask a shipwright, not the handsome son of a rich man, correct? So why do we let the handsome sons of rich men steer the ship of state? It was the logic of the craftsman applied to the madness of politics, a dangerous kind of common sense that cut through social hierarchy like a diamond saw. We leave the workshop of Sophroniscus with a final image, the tools left on the bench, the dust settling in the quiet air, and the young man walking out the door, wiping his hands on his tunic, heading toward the city center. He carries no tools, but his mind is already sharpening the invisible chisels he will use to crack open the certainty of every person he meets. He is leaving the world of things to enter the world of definitions, but he remains, at heart, a worker in stone, hard-headed, enduring, and obsessed with finding the perfect form hidden within the rough, unpolished block of human nature. The transition is subtle, barely a ripple in the history of the day. But as he walks away from Alapes, the silence of the stone is replaced by the roar of the human voice, and the sculptor of marble becomes the sculptor of men. If the dust of the stone workshop provided the skeleton of Socrates' character, the hard, enduring structure, then the flesh and blood, the living pulse of his philosophy, came from the women's quarters, specifically from his mother, Phaenarete. Her name, beautiful and prophetic, translates roughly to she who brings virtue to light, a coincidental poetry that history sometimes gifts us. Phaenarete was a midwife, a Maya, a role of immense power and mystery in the ancient world. While Sophroniscus dealt with the cold permanence of marble, Phaenarete dealt with the hot, chaotic, dangerous immediacy of life entering the world. Let us step away from the sun-drenched courtyard and into the dim, lamp-lit intimacy of the birthing room, a space usually forbidden to men, but which surely captured the imagination of her observant son. Here, the air smells of olive oil, warm water, metallic blood, and the sharp herbal tang of burnt bay leaves meant to purify the air. The atmosphere is thick with a primal tension that makes the politics of the agora seem trivial by comparison. In a world without antiseptics or hospitals, every birth was a battle between life and death, presided over by the midwife who stood as the general of the bedchamber. We can imagine the young Socrates listening from the hallway, hearing the groans of labor transform into the sudden, startling cry of a newborn, a sound that cuts through the silence like a knife, signaling that a new consciousness has arrived in the universe. It is here, in the shadow of his mother's profession, that Socrates found the central metaphor for his life's work. He would later explicitly claim, most notably in the dialogue Theaetetus, that he was practicing the same trade as his mother, but with a crucial difference. She delivered bodies, while he delivered souls. My art of midwifery is in general like theirs, he would say, with that characteristic twinkle in his bulging eyes. The only difference is that my patients are men, not women, and my concern is not with the body, but with the soul that is in travail of birth. This is not merely a poetic flourish. It is the key that unlocks the mystery of why Socrates never wrote a book, never gave a lecture, and never claimed to be a teacher. In the Greek tradition, A midwife had to be a woman who was past the age of childbearing. She had to be barren to be effective. Socrates took this rule and applied it to his mind. He claimed to be barren of wisdom, empty of his own great theories or dogmas. He had no knowledge to pour into his students because he possessed none himself. Instead, his role was to attend to others who were pregnant with ideas, to help them through the agonizing labor of bringing those ideas into the light. Think of the patience this requires. A midwife cannot force a birth. She cannot reach in and pull the child out before it is ready. She can only wait, encourage, massage, and chant, creating the conditions for the natural process to unfold. Similarly, Socrates understood that you cannot force understanding into a human mind. You cannot simply tell a man, justice is this, and expect him to truly know it. He has to birth the realization from within his own experience and reason. But the midwife's job is not just about encouragement. It is also about judgment. And here, the metaphor takes a darker, sharper turn. In ancient Athens, it was the midwife's duty to inspect the newborn immediately upon delivery, to see if it was healthy and viable, or if it was a monster, a wind egg, a false pregnancy that had no life in it. If the child was deformed or sickly, the midwife would have to make the heartbreaking decision to discard it. Socrates played this role with terrifying ruthlessness. When a young man would proudly present his definition of courage or piety, thinking he had produced a beautiful child of the mind, Socrates would gently pick it up, examine it under the light of his logic, turn it over, check its limbs for consistency, and often look up with a sad smile to say, "My dear friend, this is not a real child. It is a phantom. It is a wind egg." Then he would take that cherished belief and toss it away. The pain of this process was intense, just as a mother screams when the child is taken or when the labor is hard. Socrates' interlocutors would often react with rage, frustration, and tears. They felt the labor pains of the mind, a state the Greeks called aporia, a feeling of being stuck, blocked, unable to move forward or back. It is a mental cramping that precedes a breakthrough. But while his mother used warm towels and soothing songs to ease the physical pain, Socrates used irony and questions to intensify the mental pain, knowing that the pressure was necessary for the birth of truth. We can see the deep, almost maternal empathy hidden beneath his gruff exterior. He knew that the pain of shedding a false belief is the only way to make room for a true one. He was not destroying his students. He was helping them miscarry their errors so they could eventually conceive of the truth. This domestic feminine influence softened the hard edges of his father's trade. While the stonemason imposes his will on the material, the midwife serves the material. She is a servant of nature, a facilitator. This is why Socrates was so different from the arrogant sophists who strutted around Athens like peacocks, selling pre-packaged wisdom for a fee. They were like merchants selling dolls. Socrates was a doctor attending a birth. He honored the intellectual autonomy of the individual. He believed that the truth was already inside you, buried deep in your soul, perhaps forgotten from a time before you were born, a concept Plato would later expand into the theory of anamnesis, recollection, and that you just needed help remembering it. He respected the pregnancy of a young mind too much to pollute it with his own opinions. There is a quiet humor in this, too. The image of this ugly, bearded, barefoot old soldier, describing himself as a midwife, appropriating a strictly female profession and elevating it to the highest spiritual art. It must have made the men of the marketplace chuckle nervously, but it also disarmed them. Who is afraid of a midwife? She is a helper, a grandmotherly figure. By the time they realized that this particular midwife carried a knife of logic sharp enough to cut the umbilical cord of their most cherished delusions, it was too late. They were already on the birthing stool of the Elenchus, legs stirruped in their own contradictions, pushing against the weight of their own ignorance. So, as we leave the lamplit room of narrated, stepping back out into the bright Athenian day, we carry with us a new understanding of the man. He is a hybrid creature, half stonemason, chipping away the excess, half midwife, pulling forth the essential. He is a man who understands that truth is not something you buy, but something you suffer for. Something that comes into the world, wet and crying and needing to be washed. He learned from his mother that the most important moments in life, birth and death, happen on the edge of pain, and that to bring something new into the world, you must be willing to bleed a little. The midwife's son would eventually try to deliver the soul of an entire city, but as we shall see, Athens was a difficult mother, and the child she was carrying was a monster she refused to abort. From the quiet, blood-warm intimacy of the birthing room, the camera of our history pulls back violently, panning across the years and the miles, moving north from the sun-baked olive groves of Attica to the freezing, windswept plains of Chalcidice. The timeline jumps forward. The young boy in the stonemason's shop is gone, replaced by a man in his prime, a man of 40, broad-shouldered and thick-necked, standing amidst a sea of bronze and iron. We are no longer listening to the gentle groans of labor, but to the rhythmic, metallic thunder of thousands of feet marching in unison, the clank, clank, clank of spear tips against rims, and the heavy, rattling breath of men pushing their bodies beyond the limits of endurance. We have arrived at the siege of Potidaea in 432 BC, the prelude to the catastrophic Peloponnesian War, where Socrates is no longer a midwife of souls, but a hoplite, a heavy infantryman in the Athenian army. It is difficult for us, seeing Socrates only through the lens of the elderly philosopher on trial, to imagine him as a warrior. We picture the robe, the beard, the cup of hemlock. But for decades of his life, Socrates was a soldier of the line, a man who killed for his city and stood in the shield wall when the pushing was hardest. To understand his mind, we must feel the weight of his gear. Imagine the sensation of the panoply, the full suit of armor. The bronze cuirass, sculpted to mimic a muscular torso, presses heavy against the chest and back, trapping heat and sweat until the skin feels raw. The greaves, snapping onto the shins, chafe with every step. The Corinthian helmet, a suffocating hood of metal with only narrow slits for the eyes and mouth, turns the world into a claustrophobic tunnel of vision, muffling all sound except your own ragged breathing. And on the left arm, the aspis, the great round shield, 3 feet across, wood-faced with bronze, weighing nearly 20 pounds. This shield is the defining object of his existence right now. In the phalanx, the shield does not belong to the man holding it. It belongs to the man on his left. Your shield covers your neighbor's unarmored right side, just as your right side is covered by your neighbor's shield. It is a system of mutual dependence, a physical manifestation of the social contract. If one man flinches, If one man breaks the lock of shields to save himself, the whole line shatters. Socrates, the man who would later question every social convention, is here the ultimate conformist, holding the line with absolute rock-like solidity. We see him standing in the formation, his ugly, familiar face hidden behind the nose guard of his helmet, indistinguishable from the baker or the aristocrat standing next to him. In the democracy of the phalanx, wealth means nothing. Only the strength of your arm and the steadiness of your nerve matter. The siege of Potidæa is a miserable affair. It is not a glorious battle of swift movements, but a grinding, freezing stalemate that drags on for years. The Athenian army is camped outside the rebellious city, trying to starve it into submission while the winter winds scream down from the Balkans. The ground is hard as iron, the water in the cisterns freezes solid, and the men are miserable, wrapping their feet in felt and sheepskins, shivering in their tents. But here, amidst the chattering teeth and the complaints, Socrates becomes a legend of a different sort. We watch him walking through the camp in the bitter morning frost, while other soldiers are bundled in layers, looking like walking piles of wool. Socrates wears the same thin, threadbare cloak he wears in the summer heat of Athens. And most shockingly, he is barefoot. He walks across the ice and the frozen mud with his naked feet, stepping casually, without a grimace, without a limp. The other soldiers watch him with a mixture of awe and resentment. Is he showing off? Is he mocking their suffering? He looked down on us, one soldier might have muttered, rubbing his frostbitten toes, by simply not feeling what we feel. But it isn't arrogance. It is a supreme discipline of the will. Socrates is demonstrating, physically, a central tenet of his future philosophy, that the mind is the master of the body. If the mind decides it is not cold, the body must obey. He is treating the freezing wind not as an enemy, but as an indifferent fact, refusing to let physical discomfort disturb the citadel of his soul. Historians and later writers like Plato, who puts these descriptions into the mouth of Alcibiades, insist these accounts are true, portraying a man of almost supernatural constitution. He is testing himself, tempering his spirit like steel in oil, proving that a man who needs nothing cannot be hurt by the lack of anything. But the war is not just about cold feet. It is about sharp iron. When the battle is joined, when the Potidæans sally forth and the lines crash together, the experience is a sensory nightmare. The push of shields, the othismos, is a terrifying crush of humanity, men shoving with their shoulders against the backs of the men in front, a giant rugby scrum with spears. The air fills with the screaming of wood splintering, the dull thud of bronze on leather, and the unique, wet sound of metal piercing flesh. In this chaos, panic is the true enemy. A man who panics drops his shield and runs, exposing his comrades. But Socrates does not panic. We see him in the melee, moving with a strange, deliberate calmness. He is not a berserker, lost in bloodlust. He is calculating, observant, protecting his friends, retreating only when ordered, and doing so with a menacing slowness. His eyes scanning the enemy, daring them to attack him. It is said that during one skirmish at Potidæa, the young, dazzling aristocrat Alcibiades, the future golden boy of Athens, is wounded and falls. The line is buckling. Most men would retreat, leaving the fallen to the mercy of the enemy knives. But Socrates steps forward. He stands over the body of the young man like a lion over a cub, planting his feet, presenting his shield to the onslaught. He fights off the attackers, saving not just Alcibiades' life, but his armor, a crucial point of honor. Later, when the generals try to give Socrates the prize for valor, the Aristeia, he refuses, insisting it go to Alcibiades instead, perhaps knowing the young man's ego needs the polish more than his own soul needs the praise. This service as a hoplite anchors Socrates in the reality of his city. He is not a hypocrite preaching from a safe tower. He has paid his dues in blood and sweat. He has earned the right to question Athens because he has been willing to die for Athens. The brutality of the battlefield also offers a grim perspective on his later life. A man who has looked into the eyes of a screaming enemy and held his ground is not likely to be intimidated by a screaming jury or a corrupt politician. The spear points of the Potidæans were sharp and real. The insults of Miletus and Anytus are merely words. As the sun sets over the frozen camp, painting the snow in shades of bruised purple and gray, we see Socrates sitting by a small fire, cleaning his gear. He scrapes the mud from his greaves, his hands moving with the same patient rhythm he once used on stone. The other soldiers are drinking wine, rolling dice, trying to forget the day. Socrates sits in silence, staring into the flames. He is physically exhausted, his body bruised and battered, but his mind is wide awake. He is beginning to realize that the bravery required to fight a man with a spear is common. Thousands of men have it. But the bravery required to fight a false idea, to stand alone against the collective ignorance of your own tribe, that is a rarer kind of courage. The hoplite shield protects the body, but what protects the soul? The war is teaching him that the greatest dangers are not outside the walls, but inside the mind. And as the smoke rises into the cold northern sky, the soldier prepares for his next watch, unaware that his most famous act of endurance is about to begin, not in battle, but in stillness. The war at Potidæa was defined by the clashing of bronze and the screaming of men. But the most famous moment of the campaign was defined by absolute terrifying silence. It happened on a morning that began like any other, with the sun dragging itself up over the grey horizon and the camp stirring into its usual rhythm of grumbling and preparation. Socrates, still in his hoplite armor, or perhaps just his tunic, was walking through the lines when he stopped. He didn't stop to tie a sandal, he wasn't wearing any, or to chat with a comrade. He stopped because a thought had snagged him. It was a problem of the mind, a knot in the logic of the universe that required his full attention to untangle. And so, he stood there, his feet planted in the dirt, his eyes fixed on an invisible point in the middle distance, and he began to think. At first, no one noticed. A man standing still in a military camp is hardly a spectacle. But as the morning wore on and the shadows shortened, the soldiers around him began to glance up from their dice games and their cooking fires. "He's been standing there since breakfast," one might have said, pointing with a crust of bread. "Is he asleep?" They waved hands in front of his face. He didn't blink. They called his name. He didn't answer. He wasn't in a seizure or a faint. He was simply elsewhere. It was as if his soul had unlatched the door of his body and gone for a walk, leaving the heavy clay of his physical form standing guard until it returned. By noon, the sun was beating down, the kind of sharp, bright heat that makes the air shimmer. Sweat would have been running down his face, stinging his eyes, but he didn't wipe it away. The camp began to swirl around him. The soldiers, bored and looking for entertainment, turned Socrates into a landmark. "Meet me by the statue," they might have joked, gesturing to the motionless philosopher. There was a mixture of mockery and unease in their laughter. It is deeply unsettling to see a human being act like an object. It violates the biological imperative to move, to shift weight, to scratch an itch, to swat a fly. Socrates did none of these things. He had achieved a state of aphasia and ataraxia, speechlessness and unshakable calm that was almost inhuman. As afternoon faded into evening, the mood shifted from amusement to awe. This was no longer just a man lost in thought. This was a feat of endurance that rivaled the labors of Heracles. The Ionians, allies of Athens, who were camped nearby, were particularly fascinated. As the sun set and the bitter chill of the Chalcidic night began to descend, they didn't go into their tents. Instead, in a detail recorded by Plato in the Symposium, they brought their sleeping mats and sheepskins out into the open air. They laid them down in a circle around the standing figure, like worshippers at a strange shrine, wrapping themselves in wool to keep warm while they watched the man who wore nothing but his tunic defy the cold. Imagine the scene under the vast wheeling dome of the stars. The campfires have burned down to glowing embers. The only sounds are the snoring of the soldiers and the distant call of a sentry. In the center of this hush stands Socrates, a dark silhouette against the Milky Way. Frost begins to form on his beard and on the rough wool of his cloak. His breath puffs out in white clouds, regular and slow, the only sign of life in the frozen tableau. What was he thinking about? What problem was so immense that it required 24 hours of total physical paralysis to solve? Perhaps he was contemplating the nature of the good, trying to strip away every layer of social convention to find the pure, indestructible core of virtue. Or perhaps he was practicing the separation of the soul from the body, a rehearsal for death, proving to himself that the mind is a sovereign ruler that does not need to bow to the complaints of the flesh. In this long stand, he was acting out the dualism that would define Western philosophy. The body is just a vessel, a tool, sometimes even a prison, but the mind is free to roam the cosmos. He stood through the wolf hour of the night, when the cold is sharpest and the human spirit is weakest. He stood while the constellations shifted their positions, a living sundial reading the time of the heavens. He stood while the frost turned the ground white around his bare feet. To the soldiers watching from their warm blankets, he must have seemed like a demon, a spirit of the earth, unkillable and strange. They were witnessing the power of supreme focus, a concentration so intense it burned like a cold fire. Then, the sky began to gray in the east, the stars faded, the birds began to sing, tentative at first. Then, in a chorus, the sun, Helios, crested the horizon, flooding the camp with golden light, melting the frost and waking the world. And at that exact moment, as the first rays hit his face, Socrates moved. He didn't collapse. He didn't groan. He simply unlocked his knees, stretched his stiff limbs, and took a deep breath. He offered a prayer to the sun, a traditional, pious gesture that seems almost ironic given the radical mental journey he had just completed. And then he turned and walked away. He walked to the mess tent to get his breakfast, presumably, or to wash his face, moving as if he hadn't just spent a day and a night motionless. The soldiers on their mats sat up, blinking, watching him go. He offered no explanation. He didn't brag. He didn't say, "I have solved the riddle of the universe. He just went back to being a soldier. But the camp was changed. They looked at him differently now. The odd, ugly stonemason had shown them a strength that had nothing to do with muscles or spears. He had shown them that a man could be a master of his own reality. This incident, the long stand, became part of the Socratic legend, a story whispered in the wine shops of Athens for decades. It established his reputation not just as a thinker, but as a man of formidable, almost frightening self-control. It was a physical manifestation of his intellectual method, just as he would later refuse to let go of a question until he had wrung the truth out of it. Here he refused to let go of his spot until he was ready. He was immovable, both in body and in principle. As he walked away into the morning light, leaving the baffled soldiers shaking the frost from their cloaks, he was already carrying the seed of the martyr he would become. A man who would stand his ground, no matter the cold, no matter the dark, no matter who was watching, until the sun finally came up. We move forward in time, slipping across 8 years of grinding, indecisive warfare, drifting south from the frozen north to the borderlands between Attica and Boeotia. The year is 424 BC, and the season has turned to winter, but the heat of the conflict has only intensified. We find ourselves at Delium, a sacred sanctuary of Apollo that has been desecrated by the machinery of war. The air here is choked with a different kind of dust, not the white marble dust of the workshop, nor the frost of Potidaea, but the gritty, choking yellow dirt kicked up by thousands of panicked feet. If Potidaea was a test of endurance, Delium is a test of survival in the face of absolute catastrophe. The Athenian army, confident and aggressive, has marched into enemy territory, hoping to turn the tide of the war. But they have walked into a trap. The Boeotians, led by the Thebans, have deployed a terrifying innovation. A phalanx stacked 25 men deep, a human battering ram of unprecedented weight that smashed through the thinner Athenian line like a hammer through rotten wood. The battle is over. The slaughter has begun. The scene we witness now is the chaotic aftermath of collapse. In ancient warfare, the most dangerous moment is not the clash of shields, but the turning of backs. When a phalanx breaks, the rout begins, and soldiers, terrified and encumbered by their heavy gear, fling away their shields, the very emblems of their honor, to run faster. It is a moment of pure, animal panic, where the individual will to survive overrides all discipline. The landscape is scattered with fleeing Athenians, running toward the sea, running toward the hills, running toward anything that isn't a Theban spear. The sound of the retreat is a discordant symphony of shouting, the crashing of armor against rocks, and the thundering hooves of the Boeotian cavalry, who are riding down the stragglers with ruthless efficiency. To be alone on this field is to be dead. Yet, in the midst of this river of fear flowing backwards, there is a stone that refuses to move with the current. We see a figure moving across the chaotic plain, not running, but walking. It is Socrates, now 45 years old, his beard flecked with grey, his hoplite armor battered and stained. He is retreating. Yes, he is not suicidal, but he is retreating with a dignity that seems utterly out of place in a massacre. He is not alone. He is walking alongside the General Laches, a man who should be leading, but is currently trying to hold on to his composure. It is said that Laches, a brave man in his own right, is finding his courage solely by looking at Socrates, borrowing calmness from the philosopher as one might borrow a light for a torch. We view this scene through the eyes of Alcibiades, the young aristocrat we met at Potidaea. He is on horseback this time, wounded but mobile, circling the retreat to protect his friends. He looks down from his mount and sees his old mentor, and the description he later gives, recorded by Plato in the Symposium, is one of the most vivid character sketches in history. He says, Socrates was stalking like a pelican. It is a strange bird-like image, but perfect. Head up, chest out, moving with a deliberate rolling gait. He describes Socrates darting his eyes sideways, scanning the horizon, looking not at the ground in shame, but directly into the faces of the pursuing enemy. He looks, to put it mildly, like a man who is ready to fight. There is a profound psychological lesson playing out in the dust of Delium. The Theban cavalrymen are sweeping the field, looking for easy victims, men who are running, men who are cowering, men who have already accepted their death. When they gallop towards Socrates, they see something that makes them pull on their reins. They see a man who is not acting like prey. He is walking with the heavy, flat-footed assurance of a man strolling through the agora to buy figs. Yet his hand is tight on his spear, and his eyes are locked onto theirs with a ferocious intelligence. He projects a clear message without speaking a word. You can kill me, but it will take time, and it will hurt you. In the economics of the battlefield, he is too expensive a target. The predators veer away, choosing to chase the cheaper fleeing rabbits instead. His calmness is his armor. His refusal to panic is a force field. Historians still argue whether the retreat took place exactly along the coastline or through the ridges of Mount Parnes, and military scholars debate how much of the Athenian survival was due to the nightfall versus the disorganized pursuit. But the image of Socrates at Delium remains a historical certainty that transcends the geography. It is the ultimate proof of his philosophy in action. He had long argued that virtue is knowledge, that if you truly know what is good and bad, you will act correctly. Here, he demonstrates that courage is knowledge. He knows that running blindly increases the statistical probability of being stabbed in the back. He knows that panic is a surrender of the mind before the surrender of the body. Therefore, the logical, rational thing to do, the virtuous thing, is to walk. It is a triumph of reason over the amygdala, the reptile brain screaming, run, silenced by the philosopher's mind, whispering, walk. The sensory details of the retreat are overwhelming, yet Socrates filters them out. The sun is setting, casting long, distorted shadows across the scrubland. The dust hangs in the air like a golden fog, turning the soldiers into silhouettes. We can hear the ragged breathing of Laches beside him, the jingle of the horse's bridle as Alcibiades hovers nearby, shouting encouragement. Socrates likely makes a small, dry joke to Laches, perhaps pointing out that the Thebans are running very fast for people who claim to be winning, or noting that the exercise is good for their digestion. It is the humor of the gallows, a tiny spark of warmth in the cold reality of defeat. He is grounding his companion, reminding him that they are still men, still rational, still in control of their own reaction to the disaster. As the twilight deepens into night, the pursuit slackens. The Athenians reach the safety of their ships or the hills of Oropus. Socrates unclamps his helmet, the metal hot against his skin, and takes a drink of water. He has walked out of hell without a scratch, not because the gods plucked him up in a cloud, but because he mastered himself. He looks back at the darkening plain, where the dead lie in heaps, and perhaps feels a surge of that familiar melancholy. He has seen the fragility of the city-state, the ease with which civilization collapses into chaos. He understands that the walls of Athens are not enough to protect it. The real defense must be built inside the soul. This retreat from Delium cements his reputation among the youth of Athens. They see that his philosophy is not just wordplay for the dinner table. It is a survival mechanism for the real world. He becomes a hero, not for how many men he killed, but for how he saved himself and others by simply refusing to be afraid. He walked through the valley of the shadow of death and treated it like a casual evening stroll. As we watch him board the trireme that will take him home, leaning on his spear, watching the moon rise over the Aegean, we realize that the warrior phase of his life is drawing to a close. He has fought the external enemies of Athens and found them dangerous but manageable. Now, he must return to the city to fight the internal enemies, ignorance, arrogance, and hypocrisy, which he is beginning to suspect are far more lethal than any Theban spear. The soldier is retiring. The gadfly is fully awake. The loudest sound in the life of Socrates was not the crash of hoplite shields at Delium, nor the roar of the jury at his trial. It was a silence, a sudden, absolute, and commanding silence that would descend upon him without warning, cutting through the noise of the world like a blade through a curtain. We must now turn our gaze from the external landscapes of battlefields and marketplaces to the internal geography of the philosopher's mind, a terrain as rugged and mysterious as the mountains of Arcadia. Here, in the private echo chamber of his consciousness, lived the demonian, the divine sign, a phenomenon that historians, psychologists, and mystics have argued over for 2.5 millennia. It is the single most peculiar fact about a man who otherwise championed the supreme rule of logic. He was guided by a voice that defied all reason. This voice first visited him in childhood, a strange companion for a stonemason's son playing in the dust of Alipets. It was not a hallucination of a figure standing before him, nor was it the booming command of a god from a cloud. It was a distinct auditory sensation, a voice that sounded inside him, yet felt completely alien, as if it were being broadcast from a frequency outside his own soul. And it had one strict, unbending rule. It never told him what to do. It only told him what not to do. It was the divine stop sign, a supernatural inhibition that would freeze him in his tracks just as he was about to speak a sentence, walk down a certain street, or make a fateful decision. Imagine walking through the winding streets of Athens with Socrates. He is chatting amiably, perhaps dissecting the definition of friendship with a companion, when suddenly he stops. His body goes rigid. His eyes lose their focus on the present moment. The conversation hangs in midair. His friends, used to his eccentricities, might stop and wait, watching him curiously. The sign has come to him, they whisper. After a moment, he blinks, shakes his head, and turns down a different alleyway, or decides to go home instead of to the gymnasium. "We cannot go that way," he says simply. He offers no logical explanation, no deduction. The god has said no, and for Socrates, that is the end of the argument. This reliance on a private, unverifiable divine signal was deeply subversive in the context of Athenian religion. In Athens, communication with the gods was a bureaucracy. You didn't just get a phone call from Apollo. You went through the proper channels. You hired a priest to read the liver of a sacrificed sheep. You watched the flight of birds. You petitioned the oracle at Delphi. It was a state-sanctioned public affair for a private citizen to claim a direct, exclusive line to the divine, a hotline to heaven that bypassed the priests and the politicians, was not just arrogant. It was structurally dangerous. It smelled of tyranny, of a man who believed he was above the laws of men because he was listening to the laws of God. This was the seed of the charge of introducing new spiritual beings that would eventually kill him. Scholars and neurologists have spent centuries trying to diagnose the demonian. Some argue it was a form of temporal lobe epilepsy, a sacred disease that manifests as auditory hallucinations and sudden pauses in behavior. Others suggest it was a dissociative mechanism, a way for his subconscious genius to break through his conscious mind. But to reduce it to a medical condition is to miss the poetic power of the experience. For Socrates, it was proof that the universe was not indifferent. It was personal. It cared enough about him to stop him from making mistakes. It was a guardian spirit that protected him from the most dangerous enemy of all, himself. The most significant intervention of the demonian was political. In a direct democracy like Athens, every male citizen was expected to participate in public life, to speak in the assembly, to propose laws. It was the path to honor, power, and influence. A man who avoided politics was called an idiot, a private person, from which we get the word idiot. Socrates was urged by his friends and his own ambition to step onto the bema and lead the city. He had the intellect, the voice, and the charisma to be a statesman. But every time he moved towards the political arena, the voice spoke. No, it held him back, year after year, forcing him to remain a private citizen, a gadfly on the flank of the state, rather than a rider in the saddle. Socrates later explained the grim logic of this divine prohibition to the jury. If I had engaged in politics, he told them, I should have perished long ago and done no good to you or to myself. The voice knew what he could not yet see, that a man who fights for justice will inevitably collide with the state, and if he wants to survive long enough to make a difference, he must do so as a private citizen, not a public official. The demonians saved him from an early death, preserving him for the slow, decades-long work of awakening the Athenian conscience, one conversation at a time. There is a terrifying loneliness to this experience. To be guided by a voice no one else can hear is to be permanently separated from your community. When the rest of the city is swept up in the war fever, screaming for blood in the assembly, and the voice whispers, no, you stand alone. When your friends are rushing to a party, and the voice says, no, you walk home alone. It made Socrates a citizen of a different city, a city of the soul, whose laws were whispered to him in the silence between thoughts. It gave him an inner compass that was unaffected by the magnetic pull of public opinion. This internal check created a fascinating tension in his philosophy. Here was the champion of reason, the man who demanded a logical definition for everything, who refused to accept because tradition says so as an answer. And yet, at the very core of his life, there was a black box of irrationality, a mystical command that he obeyed without question. It suggests that Socrates understood the limits of human reason better than anyone. He knew that logic could take you from A to B, but it couldn't tell you if you should go to be. For that, you needed something else, an intuition, a conscience, a demon. As we watch him navigate the crowded streets, pausing, listening, and then changing course, we realize that he is walking through a minefield that only he can see. The demonian is his Geiger counter, clicking wildly when he approaches a moral or physical danger. It adds a layer of supernatural suspense to his leisurely strolls. He is not just wandering, he is being navigated. And as the years go by, the voice becomes more than just a warning system. It becomes a validation. In the final days of his life, during his trial and sentencing, the voice remains silent. It does not stop him from speaking to the jury. It does not stop him from accepting the death penalty. Its silence becomes the ultimate permission. If the voice does not forbid it, then death must be a good thing. Or at least, not a bad thing. The silence of the demonian in the shadow of the executioner is the most thunderous approval he ever received. But for now, in the prime of his life, the voice is active, a constant, nagging reminder that he is not his own master. It keeps him humble. It keeps him poor. It keeps him out of the assembly, where he would surely be killed. It steers him, again and again, back to the marketplace, back to the gymnasium, back to the individual conversations where his true work lies. It is the invisible shepherd of his destiny, herding him away from the cliff edge of power and toward the rocky, difficult path of the examiner. We leave him standing at a crossroads in the twilight, his head cocked, listening to the wind, waiting for the signal that will tell him not where to go, but simply where not to go. A man suspended in the beautiful, terrifying hesitation of the divine. We leave the invisible whispers of the demon and the public theater of the streets to follow Socrates into the one place where he cannot escape judgment, his own home. It is a transition from the ethereal to the earthen, from the philosophy of the mind to the economics of the belly. We drift through the narrow, twisting alleys of the residential districts, where the houses shoulder together like gossiping neighbors, their mud brick walls baking in the afternoon heat. These are not the white marble temples of the Acropolis. These are the brown, crumbling shells of daily life. We arrive at a door that looks no different from any other, perhaps a little more weathered, the wood scarred by years of use. This is the house of Socrates, a place of legendary poverty in a city of legendary wealth. Stepping across the threshold, we are immediately struck by what is missing. There are no expensive tapestries from the east hanging on the walls to trap the warmth. There are no intricate mosaics on the floor, only beaten earth that has been swept clean by a broom made of twigs. The furniture is sparse. A few wooden stools, a low table, a simple chest for clothes. The air smells of lentil soup simmering on a small brazier. The staple diet of the poor, flavored with cheap onions and perhaps a little vinegar. It is a house stripped to the bone, a physical manifestation of the philosopher's belief that he who needs least is nearest to the gods. But for the other people living in this house, the proximity to the gods feels a lot like starvation. Here we meet the most misunderstood figure in the Socratic drama. Xanthippe. History has treated her unkindly, painting her as the archetype of the shrew, the nagging, screeching harpy who made the great philosopher's life a misery. But let us look at her now, through the soft, sympathetic lens of the camera, not as a caricature, but as a woman in a desperate situation. She is much younger than Socrates. Historians estimate she may have been 30 or even 40 years his junior, as she is still bearing children when he is an old man. She is holding a baby on her hip, her hair tied back in a hurried knot, her face flushed from the heat of the cooking fire. She is tired. She is the wife of a man who is famous for his wisdom, but infamous for his refusal to earn a living. Imagine the dynamic. In ancient Athens, the oikos, the household, is the woman's domain, but it requires resources to run. Xantippe has to manage the slaves, if they even had one, which is debated, feed the children, Lamprocles, Sophroniscus, and Menexenus, and keep the household respectable. All while her husband spends his days wandering the agora, talking for free to the sons of millionaires. She sees Alcibiades and Plato, draped in fine purple wool, hanging on Socrates' every word, and then she looks at her own children's threadbare tunics. Her anger is not malice. It is panic. It is the righteous frustration of a project manager whose CEO refuses to look at the budget. When she raises her voice, demanding to know where the money for flour will come from, she is not nagging. She is trying to anchor a man who is floating away like a balloon. The domestic scenes between them are legendary, a mix of tragedy and slapstick comedy that feels undeniably human. There is the famous story, recounted by later biographers, of a particularly heated argument that spilled out of the house and into the street. Xantippe pushed to the breaking point by his calmness, for there is nothing more infuriating than a person who refuses to argue back, storms out and dumps a chamber pot of water over his head. The neighbors gasp. The great philosopher stands there, dripping wet, the water running off his bald head and into his beard. He does not rage. He does not strike her. He simply shakes himself off like a wet dog and says to his friends, with a gentle smile, "I always said that when Xantippe thunders, rain is sure to follow." It is a moment of supreme de-escalation, a refusal to let indignity penetrate his armor, but it also reveals a strange kind of tolerance. He allows her to be the storm. Socrates himself framed their marriage in a way that turns Xantippe into his sparring partner, his training weight. When his friend Antisthenes asked him why he, a man who prided himself on persuasion, lived with a woman who was the hardest to get along with of all the women there are, Socrates offered a metaphor from the stable. Those who want to become good horsemen, he explained, do not choose the most docile horses, but the high-spirited ones. They believe that if they can handle these, they will easily handle all others. He claimed that by learning to live with Xantippe, he was training himself to deal with the irrationality and hostility of the rest of humanity. It sounds cold, perhaps, turning his wife into a training exercise, but there is a hidden compliment in it. He respected her spirit. He did not want a silent, submissive wife who would bore him. He wanted a challenge. He wanted a woman who could look the smartest man in Athens in the eye and tell him he was an idiot for forgetting to buy oil. Scholars still debate the timeline of his domestic life, whether Xantippe was his second wife, or if he had a simultaneous relationship with a woman named Myrto to help repopulate Athens after the plague, a theory most modern historians dismiss as gossip. But the emotional reality of the house of Socrates remains clear. It was a place of friction. Yet, friction produces heat, and heat is a form of life. Beneath the arguments, there was a bond. We must remember that in his final hours in prison, Xanthippe is there. She is not absent. She visits him, holding their youngest child, and she is weeping. She cries out, "O Socrates, this is the last time you and your friends will talk together." Her grief is raw and real. She knows what the world is losing, even if the world never understood what she had to endure to support him. There is a quiet intimacy in the evenings of this household that history rarely records. Picture the scene after the arguments have died down, when the children are asleep on their sheepskins. Socrates sits by the dying embers of the fire, perhaps mending a sandal strap. Badly. Xanthippe sits opposite him, spinning wool, the rhythmic whir of the spindle filling the silence. They do not speak. They occupy the shared space of a long, difficult marriage. She looks at him, this strange, ugly, brilliant, maddening man who has turned her life into a public spectacle, and she sighs. He looks at her, seeing the worry lines he has etched into her forehead, and perhaps feels a pang of that human guilt that no philosophy can entirely explain away. He knows he has failed her as a provider, even as he succeeds as a philosopher. The poverty of the house is not just a lack of money. It is a deliberate rejection of the material world that Xanthippe is forced to participate in. He walks in with a loaf of bread given to him by a student, and they eat it together, breaking the crust in the dim light. This house is the backstage of the Socratic drama, the place where the makeup comes off. Here, he is not the gadfly or the wisest man. He is just a husband who forgot to fix the roof. It grounds him. It prevents him from becoming a pure abstraction. Xanthippe is his anchor to the earth, the gravity that keeps him from floating up to the clouds and never coming back. As the night deepens and the city of Athens sleeps, the philosopher lies down on his hard pallet, listening to the breathing of his wife and children, surrounded by the simple, brutal reality of the life he has chosen. A life of high thoughts and low ceilings, where the search for truth is constantly interrupted by the need for soup. While Socrates was fighting poverty in the mud-brick alleyways of Alopes, a different kind of army was invading Athens, an army not of soldiers, but of salesmen. They arrived on ships from the glittering cities of the east and the wealthy colonies of the west, sweeping into the agora with the confidence of conquering kings. These were the sophists, the men of wisdom, and they brought with them a commodity that was in higher demand than olive oil or silver. The secret of success in the hyper-competitive democracy of Athens, where a man's fortune rose or fell on the strength of his voice in the assembly or the law courts. The ability to speak well was the ultimate weapon. The sophists promised to sharpen that weapon for a fee, a very large fee. We watch them promenade through the city, a stark visual contrast to our barefoot philosopher. Imagine Protagoras of Abdera or Gorgias of Leontini, draped in robes of dyed Tyrian purple that cost a laborer's annual wage. Their fingers heavy with gold rings, their beards perfumed with myrrh. They are the rock stars of the intellectual world, followed by retinues of slaves and breathless admirers. They set up shop in the homes of wealthy patrons like Callias, turning private courtyards into exclusive universities. Here, the air does not smell of onions and dust, but of roasted meats and expensive wine. The soundscape is not the rough banter of the market, but the polite applause of the elite and the satisfying clink-clank of drachmas pouring into chests. The sophists are selling a revolutionary and dangerous idea. that truth with a capital T does not exist, or if it does, it is unknowable. Protagoras famously declares, "Man is the measure of all things." It is a stunning assertion of humanism and relativism. If the wind feels cold to you, it is cold. If it feels warm to me, it is warm. There is no objective temperature, only perception. Applied to morality, this becomes dynamite. If stealing feels right to you, and you can persuade the jury, it was just, then it is just. Justice is not a fixed star in the heavens. It is a convention, a shadow on the wall, something that can be bent by the man with the most persuasive tongue. They teach the art of heuristics, verbal combat, and how to make the weaker argument the stronger. They are not teaching philosophy. They are teaching rhetoric. They are not teaching you how to be good. They are teaching you how to win. Into this marketplace of fluid truths wanders Socrates, the man who believes in the absolute. He enters their circles not with a shout, but with a shuffle, looking like a beggar who has wandered into a banquet. He does not denounce them from a soapbox. That would be too direct, too clumsy. Instead, he uses his most devastating weapon, irony. He approaches a famous sophist, let us say, Hippias, the man who claims to know everything from astronomy to how to make his own shoes. And he bows his head in mock humility. "O great Hippias," Socrates might say, his voice dripping with faux innocence. "I am but a simple man, confused by the world. You who are so wise and charge so much, surely you can explain to me. What is the definition of the beautiful?" The trap is set. The sophist, flattered by the attention and the audience gathering around them, smiles condescendingly. He gives an example. "A beautiful maiden is beautiful." The crowd nods. It sounds good. But Socrates scratches his head, looking puzzled. "But is a mare not beautiful? Is a pot not beautiful? I did not ask for a list of beautiful things, O wise one. I asked for the definition of the beautiful itself, that which makes all things beautiful." The sophist tries again, irritated now. He offers another definition. Socrates dismantles it with a few simple questions, pointing out the contradictions. He tightens the screws of logic, gently, politely, until the great expert is tied in knots, forced to admit he doesn't actually know the definition. He has been selling a product he doesn't understand. The scene is electric. The young men of Athens, Plato, Xenophon, and the wealthy sons who usually pay the sophists, watch with glee. They are seeing the emperors of intellect stripped naked in the public square. The sophist, red-faced and stammering, usually gathers his robes and storms off, claiming he has urgent business elsewhere. The laughter that follows him is the sound of a reputation deflating. But Socrates does not laugh. He stands there, genuinely disappointed. He wasn't trying to humiliate the man. He was hoping, against all odds, that the man actually knew the answer. He wants the truth so badly that he searches for it even in the pockets of frauds. This conflict between Socrates and the sophists is the central battleground of the era. It is a war between two visions of life. The sophists represent the transactional view. Education is a product, success is the goal, and morality is flexible. Socrates represents the transcendental view. Wisdom is a state of soul, virtue is the goal, and truth is absolute and cannot be bought. He finds the idea of selling wisdom for money to be a kind of intellectual prostitution. Wisdom, he argues, like love, should be given freely to those who are worthy of it. To sell it is to debase it. Historians still argue whether Socrates was really so different from the sophists. To the average Athenian, looking from a distance, they looked identical. Both were intellectuals. Both questioned tradition. Both gathered young men around them to talk about weird things. In the comedy The Clouds, Aristophanes lumps them together, portraying Socrates as the ultimate sophist who runs a thinkery for profit. But the difference was in the soul. The sophist filled the student's head with clever tricks. Socrates emptied the student's head of false arrogance. One added, the other subtracted. As night falls over the city, the sophists retire to their soft beds, counting their earnings, secure in the knowledge that they are the smartest men in Greece because their bank accounts say so. Socrates walks home to his empty table, poorer than when he woke up, yet carrying a strange, quiet victory. He has proven that the men who claim to know everything know nothing. He has exposed the merchants of wisdom as peddlers of illusions. But in doing so, he has made powerful enemies. These sophists have the ears of the politicians and the generals. They are the media consultants and the speechwriters of the day. And they do not forgive the barefoot man who made them look like fools. The coins they are counting will eventually be used to buy the influence that will silence him. Socrates has won the argument, but he is slowly, inevitably, losing the city. The pivot point of Socrates' life, the moment that transformed him from a local eccentric into a man with a divine mandate, did not happen in Athens. It happened 100 miles away, on the jagged cloud-wreathed slopes of Mount Parnassus at the center of the world, Delphi. The catalyst for this transformation was not Socrates himself, but his devoted, intense, and slightly manic friend, Chaerephon. Chaerephon was a man of impulsive enthusiasm, a figure known for his wild energy and his pale, studious complexion, often mocked by the comic poets as the Bat. While Socrates was content to ask questions in the agora, Chaerephon needed an answer from the highest authority in the universe. And so, sometime around 430 BC, he set out on the arduous pilgrimage to the oracle of Apollo. Let us follow Chaerephon on this journey. It is not a casual stroll. It is a physical ordeal that strips the traveler of his urban arrogance. The path winds out of Attica, through the bandit-haunted passes of Boeotia, and up into the thin, cold air of the mountains. The landscape here is dramatic and terrifying, a world of vertical limestone cliffs and deep, shadowed gorges where the eagles circle at eye level. This is the domain of the god Apollo, the archer, the lord of light, and the terrain itself demands respect. We can see Chaerephon, his cloak flapping in the mountain wind, his sandals worn thin, pushing himself with that peculiar nervous energy that defined him. He is carrying a question that burns in his chest, a question that seems absurdly simple, yet carries the weight of a theological bomb. He arrives at Delphi, the Omphalos, the navel of the world. The sanctuary hangs on the side of the mountain like a swallow's nest, a dazzling complex of treasuries, statues, and the great temple of Apollo. The air here is different, charged with the scent of pine and the sulphurous vapors rising from the fissures in the earth. Pilgrims from all over the known world are here. Kings from Lydia, envoys from Sparta, merchants from Egypt, all waiting in line with their goats and their gold to buy a moment of foresight. Chaerephon, a simple citizen of Athens, takes his place in the queue. He performs the necessary rituals, purifying himself in the freezing waters of the Castalian spring, perhaps shivering not just from the cold, but from the but from the audacity of what he is about to ask. He enters the temple. The light inside is dim, flickering with the flames of oil lamps. The air is thick with incense and the heavy, sweet rot of laurel leaves. In the inner sanctum, the Adyton, sits the Pythia. She is not a high-born princess, but a local woman of blameless life, chosen to be the vessel of the god. She sits on a tripod over the chasm in the earth, inhaling the pneuma, the sacred breath of Apollo. She is in a trance, her body swaying, her voice changing as the god descends into her. The priests, the propheti, stand ready to interpret her utterings, to turn her ecstatic cries into hexameter verse. Chaerephon steps forward. He does not ask about the outcome of a war, or the harvest, or a marriage, the usual anxieties of men. He asks a question of comparative ranking. Is there anyone, he asks, his voice echoing in the stone chamber, who is wiser than Socrates of Alopes? The silence that follows is heavy. The Pythia inhales. The god speaks. The answer is short, sharp, and devastatingly clear. Unlike the usual riddles of the oracle, which famously told Croesus that if he attacked Persia, a great empire will fall, neglecting to mention it would be his own, this answer has no ambiguity. The priest delivers the verdict. No one is wiser. Medeis Sophoteros. No one is wiser. Chaerephon must have stumbled out of the temple into the blinding mountain sunlight, his mind reeling. He had expected perhaps a maybe, or a cryptic riddle. Instead, he had received a divine endorsement that elevated his barefoot, snub-nosed friend above the 7 sages, above the great poets, above the renowned sophists. He clutches this answer to his chest like a burning coal. The journey back to Athens must have felt shorter, fueled by the adrenaline of the news. He is carrying a revelation that will shatter the intellectual hierarchy of the city. When he finally finds Socrates, perhaps sitting in a corner of the gymnasium, watching the wrestling, and delivers the news, the reaction is not what he expects. Socrates does not bump his fist. He does not smile with pride. He looks stricken. He looks terrified. For a pious man like Socrates, this is not a compliment. It is a paradox. He knows with absolute certainty that he knows nothing. He has no special knowledge of the cosmos, no theory of matter, no definition of virtue. He is empty. And yet, the god Apollo, who cannot lie, has declared him the wisest man in Greece. It is a collision of 2 absolute truths. The truth of his own self-knowledge, that he is ignorant, and the truth of the god, that he is wise. This contradiction, this aporia, hits him with the force of a physical blow. A lesser man might have accepted the praise and started charging fees like a sophist. A more arrogant man might have assumed he was secretly a genius. Socrates does neither. He assumes the god has set him a riddle. What can the god mean? He asks himself, pacing the dusty courtyard of his home, while Xantippe watches him with concern. For I know that I have no wisdom, small or great. What then can he mean when he says that I am the wisest? This moment is the birth of the Socratic mission. He cannot simply accept the oracle, but he cannot ignore it. He must test it. He decides to investigate the god's meaning, not to disprove the oracle, which would be blasphemy, but to understand it. He treats the divine pronouncement as a hypothesis that must be verified by experiment. He will go out into the city and find a man who is wiser than himself. Then he will bring that man to the temple and say to the god, "Here is a wiser man than I am, but you said I was the wisest. And so the investigation begins. It is framed as a religious duty, a service to Apollo. He is not just a pest annoying his neighbors. He is a pilgrim on a sacred quest to interpret the Word of God. But the tool he will use for this holy mission is the profane, sharp-edged scalpel of cross-examination. Cherephon's trek to Delphi has armed Socrates with a divine warrant. He is no longer just a curious man. He is a man sent by heaven to audit the accounts of human wisdom. The oracle has wound him up and set him loose on the city, and Athens will never be the same again. The investigation begins. Socrates, armed with the paradox of the oracle, steps into the streets of Athens not as a teacher, but as a detective. He is hunting for wisdom the way a starving man hunts for bread, desperate to find just one person who truly knows what they are talking about, so he can refute the god and go back to his quiet life. His first target is the class of men who hold the fate of the city in their hands, the politicians. These are the men who stand on the Pnyx, the rocky hill of the assembly, and thunder about justice, honor, and the interests of the state. Surely, among these architects of empire, there must be one who understands the blueprints of virtue. We follow him as he approaches a prominent statesman, perhaps Anytus himself, or a figure like him, a man draped in fine wool, surrounded by sycophants, holding a scroll of laws. The setting is public, likely the Stoa of Zeus, where the mighty gather to be seen. The air is thick with the scent of perfume and the heavy self-importance of men who are used to being obeyed. Socrates approaches with his characteristic shuffle, his head bowed. "O noble sir," he begins, "the whole city speaks of your wisdom in matters of justice. I, being a simple man, am confused. Can you tell me, what is justice?" The politician smiles. It is an easy question. He launches into a rehearsed speech about the laws of Solon, about rewarding friends and punishing enemies, about the glory of Athens. He speaks in paragraphs, using beautiful, rolling cadences designed to elicit applause. But when he pauses for breath, Socrates does not clap. He asks a small question. "But sir, if a friend is actually a bad man, and an enemy is actually a good man, is it just to help the bad and hurt the good?" The politician frowns. He adjusts his definition. Socrates asks another question. "Is it ever just to harm anyone? Doesn't harming a horse make it a worse horse? So does harming a man make him a worse man? And is it the function of justice to make men worse?" Slowly, painfully, the politician's confidence begins to unravel. The crowd, initially respectful, begins to shift. We can see the sweat beading on the great man's forehead. He tries to pivot, to bluster, to use big words to hide the vacuum of his understanding. But Socrates is relentless. He is not attacking the man, he is attacking the logic. But to the man, it feels like a public flaying. Within 20 minutes, the politician is reduced to silence, his definitions in tatters, exposed as a man who repeats words he does not understand. As Socrates walks away, he whispers the conclusion to himself, a sentence that will echo through history. "I'm wiser than this man, for neither of us knows anything noble and good, but he thinks he knows something when he does not, whereas I, as I do not know, do not think I do." Disappointed but undeterred, he moves to the next group, the poets. Athens is a city of theater. The playwrights, Sophocles, Euripides, Aristophanes, are the rock stars and the theologians of the culture. They write lines of such aching beauty that they make grown men weep. Surely, They possess wisdom. Socrates goes to them, perhaps backstage, at the theater of Dionysus, where the masks are drying in the sun. He takes up their poems, asking them to explain the meaning of a particularly profound passage. "What did you mean when you wrote of the anger of the gods?" he asks. The result is shocking. The poets stammer. They give vague, contradictory answers. They cannot explain their own work. Socrates realizes, with a mixture of awe and disappointment, that they do not write by wisdom, but by a kind of instinct or inspiration, like seers or prophets. The god speaks through them. But the men themselves are empty vessels. They are like flutes, capable of producing beautiful music, but having no understanding of the breath that passes through them. They too think they are wise because they are talented, but their talent is a gift, not knowledge. Finally, he turns to the craftsmen, the technites. He goes to the potter's quarter, to the smithies, to the shipyards. Here, at last, he finds something real. The shoemaker knows how to make a shoe. The smith knows the melting point of bronze. This is genuine knowledge, verifiable and practical. Socrates feels a flicker of hope. These men know things he does not. In this specific way, they are wiser than him. But as he talks to them, he discovers a fatal flaw. Because they are masters of their trade, because they can build a perfect trireme or a flawless shield, they assume they are also masters of the highest matters, politics, ethics, and the nature of the gods. The expertise in one narrow field inflates their ego to encompass the whole world. This error of the expert blinds them. Their wisdom in their craft is overshadowed by their ignorance in everything else. The investigation comes to a bleak conclusion. He has scoured the city from the highest hill to the lowest workshop and found the same disease everywhere. The conceit of knowledge without the reality of it. The oracle, he realizes, was right, but in a way that is devastating to human pride. He is the wisest man in Athens, not because he possesses a secret treasure of knowledge, but because he is the only one who admits he is bankrupt. His wisdom is a negative value. It is the absence of delusion. This realization is not a triumph. It is a tragedy. Socrates sees that the city is being steered by men who are asleep at the wheel. Men who think they are navigating by the stars, but are really just staring at paintings of stars they drew themselves. He feels a terrible burden. He cannot just go home and ignore this. The god has shown him the rot at the heart of the city. To remain silent now would be impiety. He has been drafted by Apollo to be the mirror in which Athens sees its own ignorance. But the city does not want to look in the mirror. As he walks away from the humiliated politician, the confused poet, and the angry craftsman, he feels the atmosphere shifting. The amusement of the crowd is turning into resentment. People do not like to be woken up, especially when they are dreaming they are kings. He hears the whispers behind his back, the words arrogant, annoying, corrupting. He is accumulating enemies as fast as he accumulates questions. The riddle of the god has been solved, but the solution has signed his death warrant. He is the wisest man alive, and for that unforgivable crime, he will eventually have to pay with his life. The investigation was over. The verdict was in. But instead of bringing Socrates peace, the confirmation of the oracle brought him a conscription notice. He realized that the god Apollo had not merely stated a fact about his wisdom. He had assigned him a station, a post in the battle line of humanity that he was forbidden to desert. Socrates looked at Athens, this magnificent, sprawling, chaotic city, and he no longer saw just a place to live. He saw a patient in a coma. He saw a creature of immense power and potential that was slowly drifting into a lethal slumber, drugged by its own vanity and comfort. And he realized, with a clarity that must have been both terrifying and absurd, that he was the only thing keeping it awake. It is here in the text of the Apology, written by Plato years later, that Socrates reaches for the most famous and humble metaphor in the history of philosophy to explain his existence. He stands before the jury and before us and compares the great city of Athens to a horse. Not just any horse, but a large and well-bred horse, powerful and majestic, the kind of steed that pulls the chariot of the sun. But this horse has a problem. Because of its sheer size and the richness of its diet, it has become sluggish, heavy, and prone to sleep. It stands in the pasture, chewing the grass of empire, eyelids drooping, indifferent to the wolves circling the perimeter. I am the gadfly, Socrates declares. The Greek word is estrus, a stinging fly that drives livestock into a frenzy. It is a lowly, annoying, persistent insect. It does not have the strength of the horse. If the horse stepped on it, the fly would be obliterated instantly. But the fly has a weapon the horse cannot ignore: the sting. It lands on the flank, on the nose, on the tender skin behind the ear, and it bites. The horse shudders, stomps, swishes its tail, and most importantly, it wakes up. It is forced to move, to pay attention, to be alive. God has attached me to this city, Socrates says, as a gadfly to a horse, and all day long and in all places I am always fastening upon you, arousing and persuading and reproaching you. This definition of his mission changes everything. He is no longer just a curious man asking questions for his own amusement. He is a divinely appointed irritant. His annoyance is a form of grace. He stings the city not out of malice, but out of love. He knows that if the horse sleeps, it dies. If Athens stops questioning itself, if it becomes comfortable in its corruption, it will rot from the inside. And so, the gadfly awakes. He adopts a schedule of relentless activity that would exhaust a man half his age. He rises with the sun, washes the sleep from his eyes, though probably not the dust from his feet, and goes to work. His office is the street. His clients are anyone with a pulse. He settles on the city like a swarm of one. He finds a citizen in the marketplace, perhaps a wealthy tanner buying hides, and he lands. "My good friend," he begins, buzzing in the man's ear. "You're a citizen of Athens, a city great and famous for wisdom and power. Are you not ashamed that you care so much for making money and for reputation and honor, but for truth and wisdom and the perfection of your soul you have no care or thought?" The tanner swats him away, making an excuse about a delivery. Socrates circles back. "But tell me, surely money is for the sake of something else. Is it for the sake of the body? And is the body not the servant of the soul? Why then do you feed the servant and starve the master?" The sting goes deep. It is not a physical pain, but a sudden, sharp prick of conscience. It is the uncomfortable sensation of realizing that your life is upside down. For a moment, the tanner stops counting his hides. He looks up. The world wobbles. The certainty of his daily routine fractures. He feels the sting of Socratic shame. This is the goal, not to impart new information, but to induce a state of moral alertness. Socrates wants the soul to itch so that the man is forced to scratch at the illusions covering his true self. Historians and philologists often note the brilliance of the estrus metaphor because it captures the asymmetry of the relationship. A gadfly is vulnerable. It survives only because the horse tolerates it or is too lazy to crush it. Socrates knows he is living on borrowed time. He is buzzing around the heads of men who command armies and sign death warrants. Every time he humiliates a powerful man, he is landing on a dangerous patch of skin, but he cannot stop. I shall never cease from the practice and teaching of philosophy, he vows, exhorting anyone whom I meet. To prove the sincerity of his mission, he offers the most irrefutable evidence: his poverty. A man who does this for his own ego would seek power. A man who does this for fun would eventually get bored. A man who does this for money, like the sophists, would be rich. But Socrates has neglected his own affairs entirely. He has let his estate go to ruin. He has ignored his family's financial needs. He has taken no pay. I have a sufficient witness to the truth of what I say, he tells the jury, gesturing to his ragged cloak. My poverty. He serves the city for free, like a volunteer doctor in a plague zone, treating patients who spit in his face. The care of the soul, therapia des psyches, becomes his battle cry. Before Socrates, the word psyche often just meant the breath of life, or a ghostly shade that went to Hades. Socrates transforms it into the seat of moral character and intelligence, the true self. He argues that the soul is more real than the body, and therefore requires more exercise. If you go to the gymnasium to train your muscles, where do you go to train your conscience? He turns the agora into a gymnasium for the soul, and his questions are the heavy weights he asks his fellow citizens to lift. Most of them drop the weights and complain that they are too heavy. Socrates picks them up and hands them back. Try again, he urges. One more rep. What is virtue? There's a soft, ironic humor in the way he frames this service. He describes himself as a gift from the gods, a dosis, but admits he is the kind of gift you want to return. He is like a divine alarm clock that goes off on a Saturday morning. You will not easily find another like me, he warns them, suggesting that if they kill him, they will spend the rest of their lives sleeping. It is a funny, arrogant, and deeply serious claim. I am the only thing standing between you and spiritual death. As the sun climbs high over the Acropolis, heating the stones until they radiate like an oven, we see the gadfly at work. He is tireless. He stops a general. He stops a boy. He stops a slave. He is democratic in his annoyance. The horse of Athens twitches. Its skin ripples with irritation. It stamps its hoof. The sound of the buzzing is constant, a low-level drone that undercuts the shouting of the merchants and the orators. The city is beginning to realize that this old man is not just a character. He is a condition. He is a persistent ringing in the ears of the state. And while some, mostly the young, find the spectacle amusing, watching the great beast of the establishment dance to the tune of the fly, the beast itself is getting angry. The tail is swishing faster now. The hoof is lifting higher. The gadfly is awake, and he is hungry for truth. But he is flying dangerously close to the teeth of a monster that is running out of patience. The sun rises over Mount Hymettus, spilling its liquid gold into the bowl of the valley, and the sleeping giant of the agora stirs to life. To understand Socrates, we must understand his habitat. He is not a creature of the study or the library. He is an animal of the marketplace. A man whose philosophy is forged in the noise, the dust, and the chaos of the city center. We drift down from the quiet slopes of the Acropolis into the beating heart of Athens, where the silence of the dawn is shattered by the sudden, roaring rhythm of commerce. This is the stage where the Socratic dialogues are improvised daily, a theater without walls where the actors are butchers, bankers, and beggars. The agora is mapped not by street signs, but by smells. We pass through the circle, the area dedicated to food, where the air is heavy with the briny tang of fish from Piraeus, the sharp ammoniac scent of goat cheese wrapped in leaves, and the sweet, cloying aroma of figs and honey. We hear the slap of sandals on stone, the cracking of whips as mule drivers navigate the crowds, and the endless, rolling surf of voices, haggling, shouting, gossiping, laughing. It is a sensory assault, a place of intense materialism, where every object has a price and every man has an agenda. And into this swirling vortex of buying and selling walks the one man who wants to buy nothing. Socrates moves through the crowd like a stone in a stream, the current parting around him. He is a familiar sight now, his bald head shining in the sun, his cloak gathered around him. He walks slowly, stopping often. There is a famous anecdote, preserved by the biographer Diogenes Laertius, that perfectly captures his relationship with this space. We watch him pause at a stall overflowing with luxury goods, purple dyes from Tyre, intricate gold jewelry, carved ivory combs, bronze mirrors that cost a year's wages. He stares at them for a long time, his eyes wide, taking in the sheer abundance of things. The merchant, hopeful, leans forward. "See anything you like, O Socrates?" And Socrates, turning away with a look of pure contentment, remarks to his companions, "Gods, how many things there are that I do not need." It is a moment of profound liberation. In a place designed to create desire, Socrates practices the art of autarkia, self-sufficiency. He enjoys the market not as a consumer, but as a spectator of human folly. He treats the agora like a museum of unnecessary burdens. While other men look at a gold cup and see wealth, he looks at it and sees a heavy object he would have to carry, protect, and worry about losing. By needing nothing, he walks through the market as the richest man in Athens, the only one who cannot be bribed or tempted. He makes his way to his favorite spot, the Stoa of Zeus Eleutherios, the Hall of Zeus, the Liberator. This is a colonnaded walkway that offers shade from the blistering midday sun. It is the unofficial clubhouse of the city's loafers, thinkers, and citizens waiting for court cases. Here, the rhythm of the day slows down. Men sit on the steps or lean against the cool marble columns, scratching diagrams in the dust or arguing about the latest news from Sparta. This is Socrates' classroom. He does not have a lectern, he has a pillar. He does not have a registered class. He has whoever happens to be standing next to him. We see him settle onto a stone bench. He is immediately spotted. A group of young men, the sons of the aristocracy, drift over. They are drawn to him like moths to a lamp, fascinated by his ugliness and his dangerous mind. But Socrates also attracts the common man. We might see him wandering over to the corner of the agora known as the shoe market, to a small, humble workshop belonging to a man named Simon. Archaeology has given us a startling gift here. In the excavations of the Athenian agora, just outside the boundary stones, diggers found the remains of a shop with hobnails and eyelets, and the base of a cup scratched with the name Simon. This is likely the shop of Simon the shoemaker, a figure mentioned in ancient texts as a close friend of Socrates. Simon was a working man, not a wealthy elitist, yet Socrates spent hours in his shop, sitting on the leather-cutting table, talking while Simon worked. It is a beautiful, grounding image. The greatest philosopher in history, developing his ideas to the rhythm of a hammer tapping on a shoe sole. It reinforces the democratic nature of his mission. Wisdom is not just for the men in the stoa of Zeus. It is for the man with the leather apron too. The rhythm of the agora dictates the flow of the conversation. A dialogue might be interrupted by a sudden rain shower, sending everyone scurrying under the roof, or by the passing of a religious procession with flutes and drums, forcing silence until the gods have passed. Socrates weaves these interruptions into his thought. If a donkey brays loudly nearby, he might pause and ask, "Is that donkey speaking the truth, or is he merely making a noise? And how is he different from the politician we heard this morning?" He uses the environment as a prop. A balanced scale on a merchant's table becomes a metaphor for justice. A warped piece of wood in a carpenter's hand becomes a metaphor for a corrupted soul. As the sun passes its zenith and the shadows begin to lengthen, the mood in the marketplace shifts. The serious business of the morning gives way to the social hum of the afternoon. The bankers, the trapezoidai, pack away their tables and their coins. The fishmongers wash down their stalls, the water running red and silver into the gutters. Socrates is still there, his voice tireless, his energy undimmed. He has likely missed lunch, or perhaps he ate a handful of olives offered by a friend. He feeds on the dialogue itself. We watch the interaction between him and the crowd. It is not always hostile. Many Athenians regard him with a kind of affectionate exasperation. He is our Socrates, the eccentric uncle of the city. They wave to him, crack jokes about his belly, or ask him if he's solved the riddle of the universe yet. He waves back, laughing. There is a warmth here, a sense of belonging. He loves this city. He loves these people, even as he drives them crazy. He never leaves Athens, rarely traveling outside the walls, unless the army orders him to. He is a part of the agora's furniture, as essential and permanent as the altar of the 12 gods. But beneath the casual banter, there is a serious undercurrent. The questions he asks in the shade of the stoa are slowly eroding the foundations of the traditional life buzzing around him. The merchant counting his profit is forced to ask if profit is good. The general polishing his armor is forced to ask if war is just. Socrates is introducing a pause, a hesitation, into the frantic rhythm of the city. He is the syncopation in the steady beat of Athenian life. As the sun sets and the agora empties, leaving only the stray dogs and the wind blowing through the colonnades, the echo of his voice remains, hanging in the air like smoke, a ghostly reminder that the unexamined life, the life of mere buying and selling, is not worth living. The marketplace sleeps, but the questions he planted in the minds of the men who walked there are just beginning to take root, growing in the dark, ready to crack the pavement of certainty by morning. To the casual observer walking past the stoa, a conversation with Socrates looked harmless enough. Two men standing in the shade, one talking, one listening, heads nodding, hands gesturing. It looked like a chat. But to the man standing across from Socrates, it felt less like a chat and more like a slow, deliberate drowning. We must now dissect the weapon that Socrates wielded with such terrifying precision: the elenchus, the cross-examination or refutation. It was not a teaching method in the modern sense, where a teacher imparts facts to a student. It was a demolition process. It was a mechanism designed to take a human mind, strip it of its defenses, and crush its certainties until nothing remained but the naked truth of its own ignorance. The engagement always began with the Socratic irony, a maneuver as deceptive as a wolf rolling over to expose its belly. Socrates would approach his target. Let us imagine a confident young general like Laches, or a pious priest like Euthyphro, and he would make himself small. He would praise their wisdom. He would apologize for his own slowness. "I am just a forgetful old man," he would say, blinking his wide eyes. "Help me understand." This was the bait. The victim, disarmed by this display of humility and eager to show off, would step forward into the trap. They would offer a definition. Courage is standing your ground, or piety is doing what the gods love. Socrates would nod enthusiastically. "A beautiful definition," he would exclaim. The victim would relax, chest puffing out. But then the screw would turn. "Just one small thing troubles me," Socrates would murmur. "Just a tiny clarification." He would then ask a question that seemed unrelated, a simple yes or no proposition that the victim would readily agree to. Then another, and another. Slowly, imperceptibly, Socrates was building a cage out of the victim's own admissions. He was laying down premises that, unbeknownst to the victim, directly contradicted their original definition. Then came the moment of the peritrope, the turning of the tables. Socrates would pause, look at the collection of answers, and gently pull the string. "But my friend," he would say, "if you agree that X is true and Y is true, then your original statement that Z is true cannot be possible. For if courage is standing one's ground, what of the Scythian cavalry who fight by retreating? Are they not courageous?" The trap snapped shut. The definition collapsed under the weight of its own inconsistency. The psychological effect of this was physical. Meno, a young aristocrat who thought he knew everything about virtue, gave the most famous description of what it felt like to be on the receiving end of the elenchus. After being tied in knots by Socrates, he cried out in frustration, "Socrates, you are exactly like the flat torpedo fish that one meets in the sea. Whenever anyone comes into contact with it, it numbs him, and that is what I think you have done to me." The torpedo fish is a stingray, a creature capable of delivering a jarring electric shock. This was the Socratic sensation, a sudden, paralyzing numbness of the mind. The victim would stand there, mouth open, brain frozen, unable to find the words that were there just a moment ago. Their tongue would feel thick, their thoughts would turn to slush. This state is called aporia. Literally translated, it means pathlessness. The condition of being stuck with no way forward and no way back. It is a terrifying, existential vertigo. For a successful man in Athens, a man used to being right, used to giving orders, used to knowing who he is, aporia is a kind of death. It is the sudden realization that the foundation of your life is built on sand. When Euthyphro realizes he cannot define piety, he is forced to confront the possibility that he has been prosecuting his own father for murder, based on a concept he doesn't understand. The vertigo is nauseating. Most men, when stung by the torpedo fish, do not say thank you. They react with the defensive rage of a cornered animal. They blame Socrates. "You are twisting my words," they shout. "You are playing word games." They feel humiliated, stripped naked in front of the crowd of onlookers. This is where the danger lies. Socrates believed that aporia was a gift, a necessary purging of the soul to make room for truth. He thought they would be grateful for the cure. But he forgot that most patients do not like surgery without anesthesia. He was performing open-heart surgery on the ego, and the patient usually woke up wanting to punch the surgeon. Yet, for those few who could withstand the shock, like Plato, the elenchus was a revelation. It was a discipline of intellectual hygiene. It taught them that truth is not a heap of facts to be memorized, but a living, breathing consistency of the soul. It taught them that a contradiction in your mind is a lie in your soul, a dissonance that must be resolved. Socrates was the conductor of this dissonance. He would not let you rest on a lazy chord. He would hammer the wrong note over and over again until you fixed it. We can see the scene in the agora, the crowd pressing in, the victim sweating, wiping his brow with the edge of his cloak, looking for an exit. Socrates stands there, calm, patient, not triumphant, but expectant. He is waiting for the birth. He is waiting for the man to say, "I don't know." That is the golden moment. That is the beginning of wisdom. But all too often, the man just mutters an insult, wraps his cloak tight, and pushes through the crowd, his heart hardening against the philosopher. The elenchus was a weapon of mass instruction, but in the hands of a man who refused to compromise, it was also a machine for manufacturing enemies. Every time Socrates won an argument, he lost a friend, and the accumulated resentment of these public humiliations was slowly filling a reservoir that would eventually burst and drown him. He was proving that logic is stronger than authority, but he was about to learn that resentment is stronger than logic. Surrounding the rough, weathered rock of Socrates, we find a glittering sea of diamonds, the gilded youth of Athens. These are the kaloi kagathoi, the beautiful and good, the sons of the oldest, wealthiest, and most powerful families in the city. To understand the trial that is coming, we must look closely at this entourage, for it is their shadows that will eventually darken the jury's view of the philosopher. They trail behind him through the agora like a peacock's tail, a riot of expensive purple cloaks, oiled hair, and gold signet rings, creating a visual paradox that the city finds impossible to ignore. The poorest man in Athens is leading the richest. These young men, Plato, Xenophon, Charmides, Critias, are drawn to Socrates by a complex magnetism. Partly, it is the rebellion of youth. In every generation, the young look for a stick to poke the eye of the old, and Socrates is the sharpest stick available. They delight in the spectacle of the elenchus. Watching Socrates dismantle a pompous general or a self-righteous priest is, for them, a form of high-stakes blood sport. It is better than a cockfight. It is an intellect fight. They stand in the back, nudging each other, struggling to suppress their giggles as some respected elder stammers and collapses under the weight of Socratic logic. They treat the philosopher as a kind of intellectual champion, a gladiator who slays the monsters of authority that they, bound by filial duty, cannot touch. But there is a darker element to this fandom. These young aristocrats are the Socratizers. They imitate his mannerisms. They walk barefoot in the winter to prove their toughness. They stop bathing. They adopt the Laconian, Spartan style of short, pithy speech. But they also imitate his method. And this is where the trouble begins. Socrates uses the cross-examination to search for truth. The young men use it to hunt for victims. They take the scalpel of the Elenchus home and use it on their fathers, their uncles, and their tutors. They corner their elders at the dinner table, demanding definitions of authority and tradition, using Socratic logic to tear apart the fabric of family hierarchy. Father, a young man might ask, if you cannot define obedience, why should I obey you? To the older generation, this is not philosophy. It is anarchy. They see Socrates not as a teacher, but as a ringleader of a gang of intellectual delinquents. He is the Pied Piper leading the flower of Athenian youth away from the values of the ancestors and into a murky swamp of questioning and doubt. They hear their sons repeating Socratic phrases. Virtue is knowledge. The laws must be examined, and they hear the sound of the city crumbling. Among this glittering crowd, two figures stand out, representing the dual legacy of Socrates. First, there is a broad-shouldered, quiet young man named Aristocles, better known by his nickname, Plato, Broad. He is 20 years old, a wrestler and a poet, with a mind like a diamond trap. He watches Socrates with an intensity that borders on worship. He says little, but he remembers everything. He sees the spiritual depth behind the wordplay. He realizes that Socrates is not destroying values, but trying to purify them. Plato is the scribe, the camera, the one who will transmute the messy reality of these street conversations into the golden literature that will survive for millennia. Then there is Critias. If Plato is the light, Critias is the shadow. He is an aristocrat of the highest lineage, brilliant, cultured, and utterly cold. He is drawn to Socrates' power, to his ability to dominate a room with words. But Critias does not care about virtue. He cares about strength. He listens to Socrates tear apart the clumsy logic of the Democrats and thinks, yes, the mob is stupid. The few should rule. He takes the Socratic critique of democracy, that it is absurd to let uneducated masses run the ship of state, and strips it of its moral safeguards, turning it into a weapon for tyranny. He is the shark swimming in the wake of the dolphin, feeding on the scraps of logic, but ignoring the soul. The tragedy of Socrates is that he loves them both. He sees the potential in these young men. He believes that if he can just teach them to think clearly, to care for their souls, they will become the philosopher kings who save Athens. He spends his days trying to curb their arrogance, to show them that their wealth and beauty mean nothing if their minds are empty. He is trying to vaccinate the future rulers of the city against the disease of hubris. But the city does not see the vaccination. It only sees the infection. The average Athenian shopkeeper looks at this group and sees a dangerous clique. They see the sons of the elite, who already have all the money, now hoarding all the wisdom. They see an exclusive club where the password is a sneer at the common man. And standing in the center of it, directing the show, is the stonemason's son. He corrupts the youth, they whisper. It is a charge that begins as a grumble in the marketplace, but will eventually become a formal indictment carved into a wax tablet. As the sun sets, the group disperses. The young men return to their mansions, their heads buzzing with new arguments to use against their parents. Socrates returns to his hovel. He is unaware that, by sharpening the minds of these young lions, he is preparing the very claws that will tear the city apart. He believes he is training the guardians of the future. History will record that he was training the wolves who would devour the democracy. The gilded youth are his joy, his hope, and ultimately, his doom. If the gilded youth were a constellation, there was one star that burned so brightly it threatened to set the entire sky on fire. His name was Alcibiades. To understand the final tragedy of Socrates, we must look into the face of this young man, for he was the philosopher's greatest love, his greatest failure, and ultimately the instrument of his destruction. Alcibiades was everything. Socrates was not. Stunningly beautiful, fabulously wealthy, descended from the line of Ajax, and possessed of a charisma so lethal that he could talk the assembly into madness and then charm them into forgiveness before the water clock ran out. He was the lion's whelp of Athens, a creature of pure appetite and ambition, whom the city loved and feared in equal measure. The relationship between the barefoot, ugly old stonemason and the golden prince of the democracy is one of the strangest and most intense psychodramas in history. It plays out not in the quiet of a schoolroom, but in the noisy, wine-soaked, chaotic symposiums and the wrestling grounds of the palestra. The world assumes that the old philosopher is chasing the young beauty, as was the custom in Athenian pederasty. But the truth, as revealed in the hushed whispers of the time and the immortal prose of Plato's Symposium, is the exact opposite. It is Alcibiades who is chasing Socrates. It is the man who has everything pursuing the man who has nothing, driven by a hunger that no amount of gold or power can satisfy. We find ourselves now in the house of the tragic poet Agathon, at the famous drinking party celebrating his victory. The air is heavy with the scent of saffron perfume and unmixed wine. The guests are reclining on couches, discussing the nature of love. Suddenly, there is a commotion at the courtyard door. The sound of a flute girl, the slurring of a loud voice, and the heavy thud of a wreath hitting the floor. Alcibiades stumbles in, drunk, supported by slaves, wearing a massive garland of ivy and violets that keeps slipping over his eyes. He is a mess, a beautiful disaster. When he sees Socrates sitting there, he starts as if seeing a ghost. And then, in a moment of drunken honesty that cuts through the polite philosophizing, Alcibiades delivers the eulogy of the living man. He picks up an icon of the Silenus, the ugly, pot-bellied, satyr-like statues sold in the statuary's shops that can be opened up to reveal golden figurines of gods inside. This man, Alcibiades shouts, pointing a trembling finger at Socrates, is exactly like these statues. On the outside, he is ridiculous. He talks about packasses and blacksmiths and cobblers. He looks like a satyr, but if you open him up, if you see inside, you see images of such divine beauty, such temperance, such justice, that you have no choice but to bow down and obey. We can feel the tension in the room. This is not just praise, it is a confession of spiritual captivity. Alcibiades admits that Socrates is the only man in the world who can make him feel the one emotion he despises: shame. He makes me admit that my life is a waste. Alcibiades whispers, the wine tears shining in his eyes. When I listen to him, my heart leaps like a corybantic dancer. I feel like a slave. I run away from him. I plug my ears like Odysseus passing the sirens, because I know if I listen to him, I will have to change my life. I will have to stop playing politics and start tending my soul. But I cannot. The applause of the crowd is too sweet. It is a heartbreaking admission of weakness. Socrates offers him the path to true greatness, the greatness of the soul. But Alcibiades chooses the counterfeit greatness of the world. We see the dynamic of their private moments, the erotic chase where the seduction is entirely intellectual. Alcibiades once tried to seduce Socrates physically, trapping him under a cloak one night, hoping to trade his famous beauty for the older man's wisdom. Socrates rejected him, gently but firmly, sleeping beside him like a father or an older brother. He told the boy, "You want to exchange the appearance of beauty for the reality of beauty. That would be gold for bronze, my dear boy." It was a rejection that Alcibiades never forgot, a proof of Socrates' superhuman self-control that both awed and humiliated him. But the tragedy lies in what happens next. The lion cub grows up. Alcibiades takes the rhetorical skills he learned from Socrates, the ability to question, to dismantle arguments, to charm, and he uses them not to find truth, but to manipulate the mob. He becomes the architect of the disastrous Sicilian expedition, a military blunder that breaks the back of the Athenian Empire. He defects to Sparta, the mortal enemy, and gives them advice on how to crush Athens. Then he defects to Persia. He is a traitor 3 times over, a brilliant, toxic force that poisons everything he touches. And Athens looks at this monster and asks, "Who taught him?" The finger points back to the stonemason's shop. The city remembers seeing the two of them together in the corner of the gymnasium. They remember Socrates whispering in the boy's ear. They do not see the Socrates who tried to restrain Alcibiades. They see the Socrates who unleashed him. They assume that the student's crimes are the teacher's lessons. He taught the boy to question the gods, the gossips mutter in the barbershops. He taught him that the laws are just conventions. He sharpened the knife that is now cutting our throats. Socrates watches the fall of his beloved student from a distance, surely with a heavy heart. He sees the distortion of his own philosophy. He taught that the wise man is above the conventional morality of the herd, meaning he should be better than it. Alcibiades interpreted this to mean he could be worse than it, that he was a superman beyond good and evil. It is the classic tragedy of the master and the apprentice. The fire that warms the house can also burn it down if carried by a careless hand. As the years grind on and the war turns against Athens, the name Alcibiades becomes a curse, and every time it is spoken, a little more hatred is transferred to Socrates. The Lion of Athens is tearing the city apart, but the city decides that the fault lies with the man who raised him. In the eyes of the public, Socrates is no longer just an annoying eccentric. He is the mastermind of a generation of traitors. The bond between them, forged in philosophy and broken by ambition, becomes the chain that will drag Socrates to the court. We leave the scene of the symposium, where the laughter has died down and the guests are sleeping off the wine, with the image of Socrates awake, staring into the dark, realizing that his attempt to save the soul of the most beautiful man in Greece has only succeeded in damning himself. The tragedy of Socrates was not written in ink. It was written in laughter. To find the source of the poison that would eventually kill him, we must leave the private dinner parties of the elite and descend into the raucous, sun-drenched bowl of the theatre of Dionysus. It is the year 423 BC, during the festival of the Great Dionysia. 15,000 Athenians are packed onto the wooden and stone benches carved into the south slope of the Acropolis. The air smells of sweat, cheap wine, and roasted nuts. The mood is electric, a collective release of tension for a city at war. They have come to see the comedies, the plays that mock their leaders, their gods, and their neighbors with savage glee. And today, the master satirist Aristophanes is serving up a new victim. The chorus dances onto the orchestra floor, dressed in billowing grey diaphanous robes that mimic the shapes of drifting vapor. They are the clouds, the new deities of the play. And then, a gasp of recognition ripples through the crowd, followed by a roar of delight. A bizarre contraption is hoisted into the air by the McCain, the crane usually reserved for gods. Dangling in a basket, high above the stage, is an actor wearing a grotesque mask. It is a caricature of a face everyone knows: the snub nose, the bulging eyes, the bald head. It is Socrates. Profoundly, the character shouts down to the confused protagonist below, "I walk on air and contemplate the sun." The crowd erupts. This is The Clouds, a play that transforms the real Socrates, the moral philosopher who cared only for the soul, into a cartoon villain who runs a thinkery, a frontistarian, a shop where he teaches young men how to cheat their fathers and beat their debts using worse arguments. In this funhouse mirror, Socrates is not a biased seeker of truth. He is a dangerous atheist who worships the weather, measures the jump of a flea in wax boots, and investigates which end of a gnat the buzzing sound comes from. It is ridiculous, it is unfair, and it is devastatingly funny. We must understand the power of this moment. In a society without newspapers, television, or internet, the theater was the mass media. For thousands of ordinary Athenians, farmers who lived in the countryside and only came to town for festivals, this play was their only source of information about the strange man who walked the agora. They saw the basket, they heard the atheistic jokes, and they filed that image away in their minds as the truth. Aristophanes took the two things the public hated most: the greed of the sophists and the godlessness of the natural philosophers, and stitched them together into a Frankenstein's monster, then slapped the label Socrates on its forehead. The damage was total. The real Socrates never studied fleas or gnats. He studied ethics. The real Socrates never charged a fee. The stage Socrates was a money-grubbing fraud. The real Socrates believed in a divine sign. The stage Socrates declared, "Zeus? What Zeus? There is no Zeus." But nuance dies in a comedy. The image of the stargazer and the corrupter was burned into the collective retina of the city. Aristophanes had created a straw man so vivid that the flesh and blood man could never quite fight his way out of it. There is a legend, passed down by Alien, that speaks to Socrates' incredible composure on that day. It is said that the philosopher was actually in the audience. Most men would have fled in shame or sued for slander. Socrates did neither. Hearing the laughter, realizing that foreigners in the crowd were asking, "Who is this Socrates being mocked?" he quietly stood up from his seat. He remained standing for the rest of the performance, turning his face to the light so the audience could compare the mask to the man. It was a gesture of supreme confidence and good humor. He was saying, "I am here. I am not hiding. I can take a joke." But the joke did not end when the curtain fell. The play ends on a note of terrifying violence that foreshadows the future. The main character, Strepsiades, realizing that Socrates' teachings have turned his son into a beat-your-parents monster, leads a mob to the thinkery. They climb onto the roof and set fire to the building, burning the philosophers out like rats. "Strike them!" Strepsiades screams. for many reasons, but most of all because they have wronged the gods. The audience cheered this arson. They cheered the destruction of the intellectual. In 423 BC, it was just a stage effect, a bit of pyrotechnics to close the show. 24 years later, the smoke from that imaginary fire would choke the real Socrates in court. In his defense speech decades later, Socrates would explicitly name Aristophanes as his most dangerous accuser. He called these long-standing prejudices the old accusers, shadows that had been whispering to the jury since they were children. I cannot call them by name, he told the court, except for a certain comic poet. He knew that he wasn't fighting the formal charges of Miletus. He was fighting the ghost of the man in the basket. He was fighting a 20-year-old meme that had hardened into fact. The sensory atmosphere of the theater folds. The applause dies down. The cushions are backed away. But the echo of that laughter lingers in the stones of Athens. It is the sound of a culture turning against its own mind. Aristophanes, a brilliant conservative who likely liked Socrates personally but hated what he represented, had successfully branded philosophy as a threat to the family and the state. He had given the uneducated man permission to hate the intellectual. He had provided the vocabulary of the prosecution. When the jurors eventually looked at Socrates, they didn't see the hero of Delium or the friend of Apollo. They saw the guy from the play who taught children to beat their mothers. As night settles over the empty theater, the masks are hung on the wall of the skein, their painted expressions frozen in eternal grins. The mask of Socrates hangs there too, staring blindly into the dark. It is a haunting image. The caricature has more power than the reality. The comedy has done its work. The soil has been poisoned, prepared for the seeds of the indictment to take root. The city has laughed its way into a tragedy, and the man who stood up to smile at the joke is the only one who sees that the punchline will be his own death. The camera of history lingers for one last golden moment on the Athens that might have been. We find ourselves in the year 416 BC, a brief, breathless interlude of peace before the catastrophic resumption of the war. The setting is the house of the tragic poet Agathon, who has just won his first victory at the Lenaea festival. To celebrate, he is throwing a party, a symposium, for the brightest minds of the city. If the trial is the tragedy of Socrates, the symposium is his triumph, a frozen tableau of brilliance where poetry, medicine, comedy, and philosophy recline together on couches, drinking wine and discussing the only subject that really matters: love. We drift into the antron, the men's dining room, illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the painted walls. The air is heavy with the scent of roasted meat, unmixed wine, and the sweet perfume of frankincense. But there is a different kind of intoxication here tonight. The guests have decided to dismiss the flute girl and her distractions. Tonight, they will not drink to get drunk, at least not yet. They will drink to the god Eros. They will compete not in wrestling, but in eulogies to love. Socrates arrives late, of course. In a rare concession to fashion, he has bathed and is actually wearing sandals, fancy ones. To be fair to his host, he jokes. But true to form, he got stuck in a neighbor's porch on the way over, arrested by a sudden thought, and stood there for half the dinner while the other guests ate. When he finally drifts in, halfway through the meal, he is calm, smiling, and ready to dismantle the room. We listen as the other guests speak. There is Phaedrus, the young enthusiast, Pausanias, the legal expert, Eryximachus, the doctor who cures Aristophanes' hiccups, a touch of slapstick reality amidst the high culture, by making him sneeze. And then there is Aristophanes himself, the comic poet who mocked Socrates in the clouds. Here, they are friends, dining together. Aristophanes tells a beautiful mythic story about how humans were once double creatures with 2 heads and 4 arms, until Zeus cut them in half. Now, he says, we wander the earth looking for our other half. It is a lovely, romantic idea. Love is the pursuit of wholeness. But when Socrates' turn comes, the atmosphere shifts. He does not give a speech. He tells a story about a woman. He claims that everything he knows about love, he learned not from men, but from a priestess of Mantinea named Diotima. Historians and philosophers still argue fiercely over whether Diotima was a real historical figure or a literary invention of Plato, a clever way for Socrates to credit a woman with wisdom in a patriarchal city, or perhaps a mask for his own ideas. But in the dim light of the feast, she feels real enough. Through Socrates, Diotima dismantles the room's romanticism. Love, she argues, is not a god of beauty. Love is the child of poverty and resource. He is a beggar, barefoot and homeless, much like Socrates himself. Always hunting, always needy. He is not the possession of the good, but the desire for the good. And then Socrates describes the ladder of love, an ascent that takes the listener's breath away. He who would proceed composedly in this matter, Socrates whispers, the room falling silent, should begin in youth to visit beautiful forms. You start by loving one beautiful body. Then you realize that the beauty in one body is akin to the beauty in another, and you love all beautiful bodies. Then you ascend to loving beautiful souls. Then to beautiful laws and institutions. Then to the beauty of knowledge. And finally, suddenly, you catch sight of something wondrous, the form of beauty itself, absolute, separate, simple, and everlasting. It is a stunning vision. Socrates transforms love from a mere physical passion into the engine of spiritual transcendence. The sexual energy that drives men to chase lovers is the same energy, refined and redirected, that drives the philosopher to chase truth. Philosophy is not a dry academic exercise. It is an erotic pursuit. It is the ultimate romance. The philosopher is the true lover, for he is in love with the eternal. As he speaks, the guests stare at him. This ugly satyr-like man has just painted the most beautiful picture of the human soul ever conceived. He has shown them that their desires are not dirty, but misdirected. They are trying to fill an infinite hole with finite things. He offers them the stars, but they are too drunk on the wine of the world to fully grasp the telescope. The night ends in chaos, as all symposia must. A reveling band of drunks crashes the party. The doors are thrown open, and the wine flows without measure. The high philosophy dissolves into a drinking contest. One by one, the great minds of Athens pass out. Aristophanes falls asleep on the floor. Agathon, the host, slumps over. But when the rooster crows and the grey light of dawn creeps into the room, revealing the stained cups and the sleeping bodies, one figure is still sitting up. It is Socrates. He is sober. He has drunk everyone under the table, yet his mind is as clear as the morning star. He is quietly explaining to a groggy Agathon and Aristophanes that the genius of comedy and tragedy is the same, a point they are too tired to understand. Socrates stands up, stretches, and walks out of the house. He goes to the Lyceum, washes himself, and spends the rest of the day discussing philosophy, just as he always does. It is a display of stamina that is both physical and spiritual. He is the man who can navigate the wildest party and the highest heaven without losing his footing. He is the master of both Dionysus, wine, and Apollo, reason. As we watch him walk away into the sunrise of 416 BC, we feel a pang of sadness. This is the high water mark. The men sleeping in that room are about to make the decisions that will destroy Athens. Alcibiades, who crashed the party later, will lead them to Sicily. The war will return. The beauty of the symposium will be shattered by the ugliness of history. But for this one night, Socrates showed them the way out of the cave. He built them a ladder to the stars, but they were too heavy with wine and hubris to climb it. He leaves them sleeping, the only man in the city who is truly awake. The golden light of the symposium flickers and dies, snuffed out by a wind that smells of rot and sea salt. We must now brace ourselves, for the narrative plunges from the heights of philosophy into the deepest ravine of suffering Athens has ever known. The camera jumps forward 12 years, bypassing the slow-motion car crash of the Sicilian expedition, where Alcibiades' grand dream ended in the slaughter of the Athenian fleet. We land with a heavy thud in the year 404 BC. The party is over. The wine is gone. The laughter has turned into a dry, hacking cough. Athens is dying. The city is under siege. Lysander, the Spartan admiral, has blockaded the port of Piraeus, cutting the umbilical cord of grain that feeds the population. On the landward side, the Spartan king Agis has pitched his camp at Decelia, choking off the countryside. Athens is a trapped animal. The great long walls, once the symbol of invincibility, have become the walls of a prison. Inside, the great starvation has begun. We walk through streets that are eerily quiet, not because of peace, but because the people lack the energy to speak. The agora is no longer a bustle of commerce, it is a landscape of ghosts. The stalls are empty. The fishmongers have nothing to sell but the smell of yesterday's catch. We see the physical degradation of the populace. Men who once took pride in their oil-slicked muscles at the gymnasium are now skeletal figures, their skin hanging loose on their frames. We see women boiling leather straps and shoe soles, trying to extract some phantom nutrition from the hide. We see the unthinkable, bodies left in the streets because the living are too weak to bury the dead. The air is thick with the sweet, cloying stench of unburied corpses and the smoke of desperation. The violet crown of Athens is now a shroud of grey ash, and walking through this hellscape, unaffected and unchanged, is Socrates. It is a sight that must have been maddening to his neighbors. While the wealthy are shedding pounds and the poor are dying, Socrates looks exactly the same. His lifelong training in Carteria, endurance, has prepared him for this apocalypse. He has always eaten simply. He has always worn thin clothes. He has always walked barefoot. The privations that are breaking the spirit of the aristocrats are just a normal Tuesday for the philosopher. He moves through the starving crowds with his usual rolling gait, stopping to ask questions that now seem almost cruel in their irrelevance. My friend, he might ask a man knowing on a route, is it better to suffer injustice or to commit it? To the man on the street, this calmness looks like indifference. It looks like arrogance. How can he be so serene when the world is ending? They begin to look at him with a new kind of suspicion. Is he protected by some dark power? Or and the thought whispers through the starving city like a draught. Is he perhaps on the side of the Spartans? After all, he has always praised the Spartan laws, their discipline, their lack of luxury. He looks like a Spartan, talks like a Spartan. As the hunger gnaws at their bellies, the Athenians begin to look for a scapegoat, someone to blame for the anger of the gods. And there, walking past them, is the man who questions the gods. The end comes not with a bang, but with a whimper of total exhaustion. Theramenes, the moderate politician, negotiates the surrender. The terms are humiliating. Athens must give up all its foreign cities. It must surrender its entire fleet, save for 12 ships. And most crushing of all, it must tear down the long walls and the fortifications of Piraeus. The city must strip itself naked. The day of the demolition is a scene of surreal, traumatic theater. It is the 16th of Menicion, April 44 BC. We stand on the hill of the Knicks and watch. The Spartan army marches in, not with swords drawn for slaughter, but with crowbars and hammers. And they bring flute girls, hundreds of them. The order is given, and the music begins, a bright, cheerful, high-pitched melody that cuts through the somber mood of the defeated city. The Spartans begin to dismantle the walls to the rhythm of the music. Crumb crash, crumb crash. The sound of the massive limestone blocks hitting the ground shakes the earth. These walls took decades to build. They were the physical manifestation of Pericles' dream, the guarantee that Athens could never be conquered. Now, they are being turned into rubble by men dancing to flute music. The Spartans cheer with every section that falls. They shout that this is the first day of freedom for Greece. They are liberating the world from the tyranny of Athens. But for the Athenians watching from their rooftops, tears streaming down their emaciated faces, it is the death of their soul. They are watching their identity crumble. They are no longer the masters of the sea. They are just another subject city, a vassal of Sparta. The psychological shock is profound. This is the trauma that will haunt the courtroom 5 years later. A people who have been humiliated this deeply do not want to hear about the examined life. They want comfort. They want their pride back. They want to hurt someone the way they have been hurt. Socrates watches the walls fall. We can imagine him standing near the Dipylon gate, covered in the white dust rising from the destruction, a grim callback to the stone dust of his father's workshop. Does he weep? Unlikely. He probably sees the walls for what they were, piles of stone. He has always argued that walls do not make a city. Men make a city. If the men are unjust, the walls are useless. In a way, he might view this catastrophe as a necessary purging. Athens had become bloated with hubris. Now it is humbled. Perhaps, in the wreckage of the empire, the people will finally turn to the only thing they have left, their souls. But this is a dangerous optimism. The trauma of 404 BC breaks something in the Athenian character. The generosity and openness of the Golden Age are replaced by paranoia and bitterness. The school of Greece has been expelled. The democracy is suspended, replaced by a junta handpicked by the Spartans. These are the 30 tyrants. And as the dust settles over the ruined fortifications, revealing a city stripped of its defenses and its dignity, the Athenians look at the new rulers emerging from the shadows. They see men like Critias, brilliant, cruel, aristocrats who hate the mob. And they remember, with a sinking dread, exactly who student Critias used to be. The war is over, but the terror is just beginning, and the teacher of the tyrant is standing right there in the open, wiping the dust from his bald head, waiting for the next question. The dust from the fallen long walls had barely settled when a new shadow stretched across the city, colder and darker than the one cast by the Spartan occupation. We enter the year 404 BC, the year of anarchy, a time when the calendar of Athens stopped measuring days by festivals and began measuring them by funerals. The democracy, that chaotic, vibrant, shouting experiment of the people, was dead. In its place sat the 30, a junta of oligarchs handpicked by Sparta to purify the city of its populist rot. They promised to restore the ancient virtue of the constitution, to prune the overgrown garden of the state. But as the Athenians soon discovered, the only gardening tool the 30 knew how to use was the axe. At the head of this nightmare regime sat a figure who sends a chill down the spine of our narrative: Critias. We have met him before, lurking in the background of the Socratic circle, the brilliant, aristocratic relative of Plato. Now, he steps into the light, and we see the terrifying result of a philosophical education devoid of a moral heart. Critias is the philosopher tyrant, a man who has taken the Socratic critique of the mob, that the majority is ignorant and should not rule, and twisted it into a license for mass murder. He is calm, cultured, and utterly sociopathic. He writes poetry and tragedies in his spare time. In his working hours, he signs death warrants. He is the ultimate proof that high culture is no defense against barbarism. The relationship between Critias and Socrates is the smoking gun that history holds against the philosopher. For years, the city had watched the two of them together. They had seen Socrates sharpening Critias's mind, teaching him how to dissect an argument, how to strip away convention, how to despise the mediocrity of the common man. Now, Critias is using those sharp tools to dissect the state. To the average Athenian, huddled in his home, terrified of a knock at the door, the logic is simple and damning. Socrates built the weapon, and Critias is pulling the trigger. The terror begins slowly, then accelerates into a frenzy. At first, the 30 target the sycophants, the professional informers and corrupt demagogues who plagued the democracy. The city breathes a sigh of relief. It feels like justice. But the definition of undesirable quickly expands. Soon, wealthy medics, resident aliens, are arrested, not for crimes, but because the 30 need their money to pay the Spartan garrison. Then, moderate Democrats. Then, anyone who looks at a tyrant sideways. The Agora, once the noisy heart of freedom, becomes a silent execution ground. The Board of 11, the executioners, are working overtime. The preferred method of dispatch is a cup of hemlock, a grim foreshadowing that makes the poison a familiar household commodity. The most dramatic moment of the terror occurs in the Bouleuterion, the council house. Theramenes, a fellow oligarch who advocates for moderation, dares to stand up to Critias. He argues that they are killing too many people, that a government cannot sit on a throne of bayonets. Critias does not debate him. He does not use the dialectic. He simply calls in his personal guard, young men with daggers hidden under their cloaks. He strikes Theramenes' name from the roll of citizens, instantly stripping him of his legal rights. Theramenes leaps to the altar in the center of the room, clinging to the sacred stones, screaming, "I call upon the gods." But the gods are not in session. The guards drag him from the altar, his fingernails scraping against the stone. As he is led away to drink the hemlock, he toasts the remaining tyrants with dark, ironic gallantry. To the health of the noble Critias. And where is Socrates while this blood flows? This is the question that haunts his reputation. Most of the leading Democrats, men like Thrasybulus and Anytus, remember that name, have fled the city. They are in exile in Thebes, gathering an army to retake Athens. But Socrates stays. He walks the streets of the occupied city just as he did before. He does not flee. To the exiles freezing in the mountains, his presence in Athens looks like collaboration. It looks like he is comfortable in the regime of his student. But if we look closer, we see a different kind of resistance. A passive, stubborn, Socratic resistance. He does not organize a militia. That is not his trade. He uses words. He begins to make dangerous jokes in public. He asks people, if a herdsman was put in charge of a herd of cattle, and the cattle became fewer and thinner, would he not be a bad herdsman? And is it not strange that a ruler who makes the citizens fewer and worse is not ashamed? It is a simple analogy, but in a police state, it is high treason. The cattle he is talking about are the murdered citizens of Athens. Critias hears the joke. He is not amused. The tyrant summons his old teacher to the government headquarters in the Tholos. It is a chilling scene. The student, now the master of life and death, facing the old man in the threadbare cloak. Critias and his henchman Charicles lay down a new law specifically designed for Socrates. They forbid him from teaching the art of words. Socrates, true to his nature, turns the interrogation into a comedy of logic. He pretends to be confused. I must obey the law, he says, but I do not want to break it through ignorance. When you say art of words, do you mean words that are spoken correctly or incorrectly? For if you mean correctly, then I must not speak the truth. Is that it? Critias snaps. He drops the legal pretense. We are telling you, Socrates, he snarls, to leave the shoemakers and the carpenters and the smiths alone. You have worn them out with your talk. Socrates blinks. But what if a shoemaker asks me a question? Must I not answer? Critias leans forward, his face cold and hard. You must keep away from the cattle, Socrates, or you might find the cattle becoming fewer by one. It is a direct death threat. The cattle becoming fewer by one means you will be executed. The mask of the student has fallen away completely. Critias is telling him that friendship, philosophy, and the past mean nothing. Power is the only reality. Socrates looks at him. This boy he once hoped would be a philosopher king, and sees a monster. He turns and leaves the Tholos, presumably walking out with the same slow, annoying pace he uses for everything. He does not stop talking. He does not stop questioning. He simply ignores the order, betting his life that Critias still has just enough lingering respect, or perhaps superstition, not to kill his own teacher. This period is the darkest night of the soul for Athens. The psychological damage is incalculable. Neighbors betrayed neighbors to save their own skins. Brothers testified against brothers. The trust that holds a society together has been dissolved in acid. When the terror eventually ends, as all terrors must, the survivors will be left with a city full of ghosts and a heart full of vengeance. They will need to blame someone for the fact that the city of wisdom turned into a slaughterhouse. They cannot punish the Spartans, who are too strong. They cannot punish the 30, who will mostly die in the coming civil war. So they will look for the man who stayed, the man who taught the tyrant, the man who made jokes about cattle while the cattle were being slaughtered. Socrates survives the reign of the 30 by a mixture of luck and audacity, but he does not escape unscathed. In the eyes of the returning Democrats, he is tainted. He is the intellectual grandfather of the terror. He is the man whose questions weakened the laws until they broke. As the year 403 BC approaches, and the exiles sharpen their swords for the counter-revolution, Socrates is already a marked man. The hemlock that killed Theramenes is being brewed again, in the minds of the men who are coming home to reclaim their city. The terror of the 30 tyrants was not satisfied with silence. It demanded complicity. It is a common tactic of authoritarian regimes. To secure their power, they must spread the guilt. If everyone is a criminal, then no one can claim the moral high ground to judge the leaders. Blood must be on everyone's hands. And so, in the darkest months of 404 BC, the regime reached out to ensnare the one man whose hands remained stubbornly clean. They did not want to kill Socrates yet. They wanted to break him. They wanted to turn the city's moral compass into an accomplice, to force the man who defined justice to commit an act of pure injustice. We find ourselves standing outside the Tholos, the round building on the west side of the Agora. Once the dining hall for the Democratic Council, where citizens ate together in fellowship, it has now become the headquarters of the junta, a place where names are whispered and lives are erased. The air around it is cold, charged with the static of fear. 5 men have been summoned to this ominous rotunda. They stand in the circular chamber, shifting their weight on the tiled floor, avoiding eye contact with the magistrates seated on the dais. One of them is Socrates. The order given is simple, brutal, and administrative. The 5 men are deputized on the spot. They are to travel immediately to the island of Salamis, just off the coast, and arrest a man named Leon. They are to bring him back to the Tholos for execution. Leon of Salamis is not a traitor. He is a renowned general, a man of wealth and reputation. His only crime is that he is rich, and the 30 need his assets to pay their mercenaries, and that he is respected, and the 30 need to eliminate rival centers of influence. It is a state-sponsored hit, dressed up in the language of a police action. For the other 4 men, Miletus, not the accuser but likely a relative, and 3 others whose names history has swallowed, the choice is terrifying but clear. If they refuse, they will take Leon's place in the execution chamber. Fear is a powerful solvent for morality. They nod their heads. They take the warrants. They prepare to board the skiff for Salamis. They are decent men, perhaps, but they value their lives more than their souls. Then, the magistrates look at Socrates. They expect him to argue. They expect a lecture on the nature of law. They are ready to shout him down or threaten him with the rack. But Socrates does something far more unnerving. He says nothing. He simply turns around and walks out of the building. He does not go to Salamis. He does not go to the harbor. He turns his back on the government, on the fear, on the death threat, and he goes home. Let us pause to appreciate the sheer reckless courage of this moment. It is not the heat of battle courage of Delium. It is the cold, lonely courage of the conscience. He is effectively signing his own death warrant. He knows that Critias is watching. He knows that disobeying a direct order from the 30 is a capital offense. As he walks away from the Tholos, crossing the Agora with his slow, deliberate stride, he must expect to feel a heavy hand on his shoulder at any second. He must expect the glint of a dagger or the summons to the prison. But he keeps walking. He goes back to his house in Alopete, perhaps to sit on his stool and finish a conversation, or to eat a bowl of lentils with Xantippe. He acts as if the government does not exist. It is a supreme act of passive resistance, 2,000 years before the term was invented. He does not start a riot. He simply refuses to participate in evil. He draws a line in the sand of his own soul and says, "The tyranny stops here. You may kill Leon, but you will not use me to do it." The other 4 men go to Salamis. They drag the terrified Leon from his home, his family weeping in the doorway, and haul him back to Athens. Leon is executed. His blood stains the floor of the prison. The guilt stains the souls of the 4 men who arrested him. But Socrates remains clean. He has preserved his psyche, his true self, at the risk of his biological life. He has proven his central thesis. It is better to suffer wrong than to do it. To die is merely to lose your body. To kill an innocent man is to lose yourself. Why was he not killed? It is one of the great what-ifs of history. Plato tells us in the Apology that Socrates surely would have been killed for this act of defiance had the government not fallen shortly afterwards. The regime of the 30 was crumbling. The exiles were gathering strength. The Spartans were losing patience with the chaos. In the confusion of the collapsing tyranny, the file on the stubborn philosopher was likely lost in the shuffle. The executioner was too busy packing his bags to come for the old man. This incident should have been Socrates' shield. When the democracy was eventually restored, he should have been able to point to the affair of Leon of Salamis and say, "Look, I defied the tyrants. I risked my life to save a democrat. I am on your side." It was the perfect proof that he was not a collaborator. But history is cruel, and memory is selective. To the returning Democrats, this story proves something else. It proved that Socrates was an idiot, a private man who cared only for his own perfection. Yes, he didn't arrest Leon, but he didn't try to save him either. He didn't warn him. He didn't rally the people. He just went home. His resistance was purely personal. He saved his own soul, but he let Leon die. In the eyes of the political activists, this wasn't heroism. It was a selfish kind of holiness. It reinforced the idea that Socrates was detached from the city, a man who lived in the clouds of his own virtue, while real men were bleeding in the streets. Furthermore, the fact that he survived the purge when so many others died looked suspicious. How did he walk away from the Tholos and live? Was he protected? Was it a charade? The shadow of Critias still hung over him. The people couldn't understand how the teacher could defy the student and survive unless there was a secret understanding between them. The complexity of the truth, that Critias perhaps hesitated to kill his father in philosophy, or that chaos simply intervened, was too subtle for a traumatized populace looking for black and white answers. So, the act that was Socrates' greatest moral victory became, in the strange alchemy of public opinion, a political liability. He had walked through the fire of the tyranny without being burned, and that very miracle made people wonder if he was made of the same devilish material as the fire itself. As he sat in his home, having narrowly escaped the cup of hemlock prepared by the oligarchs, he could not know that the cup was simply being passed to the other hand. The tyrants had spared him by accident. The Democrats would soon target him on purpose. The Leon of Salamis affair was the final test of his character, a test he passed in the eyes of the gods, but failed in the eyes of the politicians. He remained the gadfly, buzzing alone, too defiant for the tyrants, and too independent for the democrats. A man standing in the middle of the road, while the chariots of both sides rushed toward him. The nightmare of the 30 tyrants ended not in a courtroom, but in the mud of a steep hill in Piraeus. In May of 403 BC, the democratic exiles, led by the rugged general Thrasybulus, stormed the heights of Munichia. In the chaotic melee that followed, amidst the slipping of sandals on wet rock and the desperate thrusting of spears, Critias, the philosopher king of murder, was struck down. He fell not with a poem on his lips, but with a gasp of blood, staring up at the sky he had tried to rule. With the head of the snake severed, the regime of the oligarchs convulsed and died. The Spartan garrison, seeing the wind change, withdrew. The gates of Athens were thrown open, and the men of Piraeus, the ragged, hardened survivors of the democracy, marched back into their city. It should have been a moment of pure jubilation. But as the exiles walked past the ruins of the long walls and the empty houses of their dead friends, the mood was not joy. It was a fragile, trembling relief. Athens was a graveyard. A civil war does not end when the fighting stops. It ends when the hating stops. And there was enough hatred in Athens to fuel 1,000 years of vendettas. Every man looked at his neighbor and wondered, "Did you collaborate? Did you name my brother to the executioners? Did you profit from my exile?" To prevent the city from tearing itself apart in a frenzy of revenge killings, the restored democracy did something unprecedented in the history of human civilization. They swore an oath. It was called the Me Menisikakein, literally, not to remember bad things. It was the first amnesty. Every citizen had to swear, "I will not bear a grudge against any Athenian for what happened in the past, except for the 30 themselves." It was a noble, desperate act of a political amnesia. They tried to legislate forgiveness. They tried to build a wall against the past. But while you can outlaw prosecution, you cannot outlaw memory. You cannot legislate away the image of your father being dragged to prison while his neighbor watched and did nothing. The anger was still there, boiling beneath the surface of the reconciled city, a pressurized magma looking for a fissure. And because the amnesty forbade attacking the political collaborators directly, the anger had to find a different outlet. It had to find a target that could be hit not for political crimes, which were forgiven, but for religious ones, which were eternal. Enter Anytus. If Socrates is the hero of our story, Anytus is the antagonist. Not a villain in a black cape, but a man of tragic, dangerous sincerity. He is a leader of the Restoration, a hero who fought in the mud of Piraeus to bring freedom back to Athens. He is wealthy, powerful, and deeply conservative. He believes in the old gods, the old laws, and the old ways. And he hates Socrates with a cold, personal passion. To Anytus, Socrates is not just an annoying talker. He is the intellectual poison that sickened the city. Anytus looks at the ruin of Athens and sees a clear chain of causation. Socrates taught the youth to question authority. The youth, like Alcibiades and Critias, grew up to destroy the empire and the democracy. Therefore, Socrates destroyed Athens. It is a simple, compelling narrative. But there is a personal wound festering here too. Xenophon tells us that Anytus had a son, a boy he hoped would take over the family business, likely a tannery. But the boy had fallen under the spell of Socrates. He spent his days in the agora, talking about virtue instead of learning about hides. The relationship between father and son shattered. The boy, disillusioned with his father's commercial focus and confused by Socrates' high ideals, eventually fell into drunkenness and ruin. Anytus blamed the philosopher for stealing his son's soul. He saw Socrates as a Pied Piper who seduced children away from their duties and left them broken. So, in the tense, paranoid atmosphere of 399 BC, Anytus begins to move. He cannot charge Socrates with being the teacher of Critias, because the amnesty protects all political associations from before 403 BC. He cannot charge him with being anti-democratic for the same reason. He needs a charge that is fresh, a charge that sits outside the timeline of the Civil War. He needs a loophole. He finds it in religion. The amnesty covers crimes against men, but it does not cover crimes against the gods. Impiety, acebeia, is always prosecutable. If he can prove that Socrates is currently, right now, disrespecting the gods and corrupting the youth with new spirits, he can bypass the amnesty entirely. He can put the teacher of tyrants on trial without ever mentioning the tyrants. The trap is brilliant and cynical. Anytus recruits two other accusers to give the prosecution a broad face. He finds Miletus, a young fanatical poet with a hooked nose and wispy beard, to represent the religious grievance. Miletus is the frontman, the one who will actually speak the indictment, perhaps because his youth makes him seem like a victim of corruption. Then he finds Lycon, a rhetoric teacher representing the orators, a class of men Socrates has ridiculed for decades. Together, they represent the three pillars of Athenian society. The politicians, the poets, and the rhetoricians, all united by their hatred of the gadfly. Socrates, meanwhile, seems dangerously oblivious to the shifting ground. He continues to go to the Lyceum. He continues to praise the laws of Sparta, which is now the hated occupier turned overlord. He continues to criticize the lottery system of the democracy. He acts as if the amnesty has wiped the slate clean for him too. He does not realize that he is the only person in Athens for whom there is no amnesty. He is the living symbol of the intellectual hubris that brought the city to its knees. The Restoration has restored the laws, but it has not restored the confidence of the city. Athens is like a patient recovering from a nervous breakdown, jumpy, fragile, and prone to violent outbursts to prove it is sane again. To prove that the democracy is healthy, it needs to cut out the tumor of doubt. It needs to reaffirm its traditional values. And what better way to prove you love the old gods and the old laws than to sacrifice the man who questioned them? As the winter of 400 BC turns into the spring of 399 BC, the whispers in the agora turn into meetings in dark rooms. The wax tablets are prepared. The summons is drafted. The restored democracy is getting ready to commit its first great act of injustice, convincing itself it is an act of purification. The storm that has been gathering for 70 years, fed by the clouds of Aristophanes, the lightning of Alcibiades, and the thunder of the 30, is finally about to break over the head of the old man sitting in the sun, talking about virtue. In the spring of 399 BC, the whispers of the marketplace finally condensed into hard, legal reality. We stand now before the Stoa Basileos, the Royal Stoa, a small, dignified building at the northwest corner of the agora. This is the office of the King Archon, the magistrate responsible for religious law. It is a place where the ancient and the bureaucratic collide, where the sacred rituals of the city meet the scratching of styluses on wax. The air here is usually quiet, filled with the murmurs of priests and the shuffling of petitioners. But today the air is sharp, with the scent of a hunt coming to its end. 3 men walk up the steps. Leading them is Miletus. History describes him as young, with long straight hair, a sparse beard, and a hooked nose, a man of no great distinction, until this moment. He is the face of the prosecution, a religious fanatic who likely believes, with the terrifying sincerity of the simple-minded, that he is saving the city from pollution. Behind him walks Lycan, the rhetorician, nursing the bruised ego of his profession, and flanking them, the true weight of the group, is Anytus, the powerful, brooding democrat who lends political gravity to the affair. They are not here to debate philosophy. They are here to file a graphe, a public indictment. We watch as they approach the King Archon. Miletus speaks the words that have been drafted and redrafted in the back rooms of Anytus's house. The scribe dips his stylus into the wax, carving the letters that will echo through the corridors of time. The charge is read aloud, a formal declaration of war against the mind of Socrates. Socrates is guilty of not acknowledging the gods the city acknowledges, and of introducing other, new demonic beings. He is also guilty of corrupting the youth. The penalty demanded: death. There it is. The word thanatos, death, hangs in the air. It is audacious. Usually, for a nuisance like Socrates, the goal would be exile. A nice, quiet departure to Megara or Thebes would solve everyone's problem. But by demanding death, the accusers are raising the stakes to the absolute limit. They are forcing a confrontation. They are betting that the jury, tired of the gadfly, will be angry enough to swat it once and for all. Ironically, just as the charges are being posted, Socrates himself arrives at the stoa. He is there for a different matter. Or perhaps he has been summoned. In a twist of fate that a novelist would find too convenient, he runs into a man named Euthyphro. This encounter, immortalized in Plato's dialogue, captures the supreme absurdity of the moment. Euthyphro is a self-proclaimed expert on piety, a man so convinced of his own righteousness that he is currently prosecuting his own father for murder over a technicality involving a dead slave. The scene is almost comic. Euthyphro asks, "What are you doing here, Socrates? Surely you don't have a lawsuit." Socrates, calm as ever, points to the indictment. Not a suit, Euthyphro, but a prosecution. A young man named Miletus has brought a very high charge against me. He says he knows how the youth are corrupted and who are their corruptors. He is likely to be wise, and realizing that my ignorance is ruining his contemporaries, he is coming to accuse me to the city as to their mother. The sarcasm is so thick it could be cut with a knife. Socrates frames the lethal attack as a helpful intervention. He engages Euthyphro in a discussion about the definition of piety, and within minutes, the man who is prosecuting his own father is tied in logical knots, unable to explain what holy actually means. It is a final private performance of the Elenchus right on the steps of the courthouse. Even with the death penalty looming over his head, Socrates cannot help himself. He must expose ignorance, even if the man he is exposing is the only person listening. It proves that he will not change. He will not stop. He will question the definition of the law while the law is busy building his coffin. As Euthyphro hurries away, confused and frustrated, Socrates turns to look at the posted charge, not acknowledging the gods. It is a strange accusation for a man who has lived his life in obedience to a divine sign. But acknowledging in Athens means cultic acknowledgement, sacrificing, pouring libations, participating in the public theater of religion. Socrates did these things, but his internal private spirituality, his claim that the gods are purely good and cannot commit the immoral acts described in the myths, was a subtle heresy. He was guilty of sanitizing the gods until they were unrecognizable to the average Greek and corrupting the youth. This was the catch-all. It meant Alcibiades. It meant Critias. It meant every son who had come home from the agora and told his father that he was an idiot. It was a charge that tapped into the deepest fears of the Athenian parent. They weren't afraid Socrates was teaching their sons to be criminals. They were afraid he was teaching them to be individuals, detached from the collective unit of the family and the state. The news of the indictment spreads through the agora like a shockwave. They have finally done it, the shopkeepers whisper. They are going to try the old man. The city divides. The students of Socrates are horrified. The enemies are delighted. But Socrates himself seems strangely detached. He does not hire a speechwriter, a logographos. He does not start calling in favors. He does not go to Anytus to beg for a deal. There is a theory proposed by Xenophon that Socrates actually wanted to die. He was 70 years old. He felt his powers potentially waning. He had a horror of senility, of the mind decaying while the body lingered. Perhaps he saw this trial not as a disaster, but as a perfect exit strategy, a way to turn his death into a final lesson, a martyrdom that would seal his philosophy forever. The god is offering me a timely release, he might have thought. If this is true, then Miletus is not the hunter. He is the unwitting assistant in a grand philosophical suicide. As the sun sets behind the Stoa Basileus, casting long shadows across the wax tablet that bears his name, Socrates walks home. He knows the machinery has started. The jury selection will begin. 501 citizens chosen by lot. The water clock will be filled. The stage is set for the final dialogue. He is not afraid of the result, for he believes that no evil can happen to a good man, either in life or after death. He is only afraid of one thing, that he might fail to speak the truth. He prepares for his defense, not by rehearsing words, but by continuing to live exactly as he has always lived, examining himself and others, buzzing, stinging, keeping the horse awake, until the very last moment the hammer falls. The trial of the century is about to begin, but the defendant has already won the only verdict that matters to him, the approval of his own conscience. The day of the trial dawns with a sky of piercing, unforgiving blue. It is a day made for exposure, where the sun scours every corner of the agora, leaving no shadow for a lie to hide in. We are moving now toward the Heliaia, the largest court in Athens. It is not a hushed chamber of mahogany and velvet, but a vast, open-air enclosure surrounded by a low wooden railing. It looks less like a court and more like a corral for human cattle. The air is already thick with the heat of close-packed bodies and the buzzing energy of a city about to witness a blood sacrifice. We watch the jury assemble. This is the true face of the Athenian democracy, and it is a terrifying sight in its sheer randomness. 501 men stream through the gates. They are not legal scholars in robes. They are the butcher, the baker, the rower from the fleet, the farmer who walked in from the olive groves of Colonnas. They are chosen by a complex lottery machine, the Cleroterion, which spits out bronze tickets to ensure that the jury is a perfect, chaotic slice of the population. They are paid 3 obols for their day's work, enough to buy a simple meal, which means the jury is skewed toward the poor, the elderly, and the angry. These are men who have suffered through the plague, the war, and the starvation. They are tired men, sitting on hard wooden benches, their knees pressing against their neighbors, smelling of garlic and sweat, holding the bronze discs that will decide a man's life. To the left stands the prosecution. Miletus is pacing, rehearsing his lines, his hands shaking slightly. Anytus stands like a statue, his arms crossed, radiating the grim authority of a man doing a dirty job for the good of the state. To the right stands Socrates. He is alone. He has no weeping wife beside him, no children clutching his tunic to garner sympathy. He sits on a simple stool, looking around with the same mild, curious expression he wears when looking at cabbages in the market. He seems less like a defendant and more like a theater critic waiting for the play to start. The trial begins with the pouring of the water. The clepsydra, a large clay vessel, is filled. When the plug is pulled, the water will hiss into the lower pot, measuring the time allowed for the speeches. Time here is liquid. When the water runs out, the voice must stop. Miletus takes the stand first. His voice is high and strident. He paints a picture of a monster, a man who hates the gods, who spits on tradition, who takes the innocent sons of Athens and turns them into arrogant rebels. He points a trembling finger at Socrates. "This man," he shouts, "is the reason your children do not respect you. This man is the reason the gods turned their faces from us during the war." The jury rumbles. They nod. They know this story. They have heard it in the plays of Aristophanes. They have whispered it in the barbershops. Miletus is merely giving voice to their own resentments. He weaves a narrative of fear, connecting the strange questions of the philosopher to the dark crimes of the tyrants. It is a powerful, emotional performance, designed to bypass the brain and aim directly for the gut. When the prosecution rests, the mood in the enclosure is dark. The water clock is refilled. The clerk calls out, "Socrates of Alopes." The old man stands up. He smooths his threadbare cloak. He walks to the bema, the speaker's platform. He looks out at the sea of 500 faces, 500 men who are already half convinced he is a villain. The silence that falls is heavy, expectant. They are waiting for him to beg. They are waiting for the usual courtroom theatrics, the wailing, the tearing of clothes, the flattery of the wise and noble jurors. Instead, Socrates opens his mouth and drops a bomb of total honesty. "I do not know, men of Athens, how you were affected by my accusers," he begins, his voice calm, conversational, lacking the rhythmic cadence of a politician. "But for my part, I almost forgot who I was. So persuasively did they speak. And yet, there is hardly a word of truth in what they have said." He tells them, point blank, that he will not play their game. He refuses to use the flowery language of the rhetoricians. "I will speak to you in the same language I use in the marketplace." At the tables of the money changers, he announces, he is effectively saying, "I am not going to treat this court as a special place. I am going to treat it like a street corner." It is a subtle insult, a refusal to acknowledge the majesty of the setting. He warns them that he will speak the whole truth and that the truth might sound rough. From the very first sentence, the friction is palpable. The jury is used to being buttered up. Socrates is offering them dry crusts. He addresses them not as judges, dikastai, which would be the polite, flattering term, but simply as men of Athens, andres Athenaioi. He denies them their title. He is standing before the sovereign power of the city and refusing to bow. We can see the jurors shifting uncomfortably. Some are heckling him already. "Stop talking nonsense, Socrates," someone shouts from the back row. Socrates pauses, looking at the heckler with a patient smile. "I beg of you," he says, "not to make a disturbance if I speak in my accustomed way." He is treating the court like an unruly classroom. The atmosphere is not one of solemn deliberation. It is a riot in slow motion. The heat is rising. The flies, real gadflies, are buzzing in the stagnant air. The water in the clock drips steadily, drip, 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 marking the seconds of the defense. Socrates stands in the center of the hostility, an island of calm. He knows that he is not just fighting the charges of Miletus. He is fighting the old accusers, the ghosts of the past, the prejudices of decades. He is trying to dismantle a 20-year-old lie in the space of a few hours. As he takes a breath to launch into the heart of his defense, looking into the eyes of the men who hold the stones of judgment, we realize that he is not trying to win an acquittal. If he wanted to be acquitted, he would have brought his crying children. He would have promised to stop philosophizing. He would have stroked the ego of the beast. But he is doing none of that. He is trying to win an argument. He is going to lecture the jury on the state of their own souls. He has decided to turn his trial into his final and greatest philosophical dialogue, even if the price of the lesson is his life. The trial has begun, but it is not Socrates who is on trial. In his mind, it is Athens itself. The water clock hisses, a steady serpentine sound that undercuts the murmurs of the crowd. Socrates stands on the bema, and instead of retreating into humility, he advances into the attack. He does the one thing a defendant in a capital trial should never do. He decides to cross-examine the prosecutor. He calls Miletus to the stand. It is a moment of high theater, the old master of the street brawl inviting the amateur into the ring. Miletus steps forward, reluctant, perhaps sensing the trap, but unable to refuse the challenge in front of the crowd. "Come here, Miletus," Socrates says, his voice taking on the sharp, cutting edge of the elenchus. "Tell me, do you not think it of the greatest importance that our youth should be as good as possible?" "I do," Miletus replies, wary. "Then tell the judges, who is it that improves them?" Miletus hesitates. He looks at the jury, desperate to flatter them. "The laws," he says initially. Socrates presses him. "But I want the person, my good man." Flustered, Miletus gestures to the crowd. These judges, Socrates, the jury, they improve the youth. "All of them?" Socrates asks, eyebrows raised. "Or only some?" "All of them," Miletus shouts, gaining confidence from the nodding heads in the stands. "And the audience? And the senators?" "Yes, they all improve them." "Then it seems," Socrates says with a dry, devastating smile, "that the whole city of Athens are the instructors and improvers of youth, and I alone am their corrupter. Is that what you affirm?" "That is exactly what I affirm." Socrates shakes his head, looking at Miletus with genuine pity. Happy indeed would be the condition of youth if they had one corrupter only, and all the rest of the world were their improvers. But you, Meletus, have sufficiently shown that you never had a thought about the young. Your carelessness is seen in your not knowing the very things which you bring against me. He unleashes the horse trainer analogy. He points out that with horses, only the expert trainer improves them, while the ignorant mob spoils them. Why should humans be any different? In 3 minutes of dialogue, he has exposed Meletus not as a guardian of the city, but as a panderer who tells the crowd what they want to hear, that they are all wise and virtuous, while the outsider is the sole source of evil. But Socrates does not stop at logic. He moves to the heart of his defense, delivering the speech that will define his legacy. He stands before the men who hold the power to kill him and tells them that their power is an illusion. Men of Athens, he declares, his voice ringing off the wooden palisades. I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you. And while I have life and strength, I shall never cease from the practice and teaching of philosophy. A gasp ripples through the jury. He has just openly defied the court. He is negotiating the terms of his own acquittal, telling them that if they let him go on the condition that he shuts up, he will refuse the offer. For I do nothing but go about persuading you all, old and young alike, not to take thought for your persons or your properties, but first and chiefly to care about the greatest improvement of the soul. He explains that he is not pleading for his own life, but for theirs. If you kill me, he warns, you will not easily find another like me. He returns to the gadfly metaphor, painting himself as the divine irritant sent to keep the great horse of Athens from sleepwalking into oblivion. I am that gadfly which God has given the state, and all day long, and in all places, I am always fastening upon you, arousing and persuading and reproaching you. It is a stunning reversal of roles. He is telling the jury that he is the gift, and they are the ones on trial. He is the doctor with the bitter medicine. They are the petulant patients trying to slap the spoon away. As the water in the clepsydra runs low, Socrates addresses the most glaring omission in his defense, the absence of his family. In a standard Athenian trial, this is the pity play, and the defendant would drag his weeping wife and terrified children onto the stand, parading them before the jury to beg for mercy. It was a ritual of humiliation, a way of saying, look, I am broken, I am human, please don't destroy these innocents. Socrates refuses. I have a family, yes, he says, and 3 sons, one almost a man, and 2 others who are still young. And yet, I will not bring any of them hither in order to petition you for an acquittal. To the jury, this looks like cold arrogance. Does he not love his children? Does he think he is too good to beg? But Socrates explains, not from any self-will or disregard of you, but I think that such conduct would be discreditable to myself and to you and to the whole state. He argues that to manipulate the jury with tears is to ask them to break their oath to judge by the laws. It is an act of impiety. He respects the dignity of the court too much to turn it into a theater of weeping. Do not require me to do what I consider dishonorable and impious, he concludes, especially now, when I am being tried for impiety. The water clock runs dry. The hiss stops. A heavy silence descends on the Heliaia. Socrates steps back from the bema and sits down on his stool. He has not wept. He has not begged. He has not flattered. He has lectured them, corrected them, and told them that killing him would be a mistake they would regret. He has treated the trial not as a battle for his life, but as a debate about the nature of virtue. The jurors look at one another. They are angry. They feel small. No one likes to be told they are a sleeping horse. No one likes to be told that their anger is a symptom of their ignorance. The old accusers, the prejudices of 20 years, are humming in their minds. They look at the old man's calm face, his refusal to show fear, and they see it not as bravery, but as hubris. He thinks he is better than us, they think. He thinks he is better than the city. The herald steps forward. The speeches are concluded. He announces, "Jurors, prepare your ballots." The bronze discs are distributed. Each juror holds two: a solid disc for acquittal, a hollow disc for condemnation. They stand up and begin the slow shuffling procession toward the urns. There are two urns, the copper urn for the valid vote and the wooden urn for the discard. They hold the discs between their thumb and forefinger, hiding the stem, so that no one, not even the gods, can see which way they are voting. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of the bronze hitting the copper is the only sound in the agora. It is the sound of democracy working, the sound of 501 individual consciences aggregating into a single, terrifying will. Socrates watches the procession with interest. He is counting the sounds, perhaps, or perhaps he is listening to his daemonian, waiting for a sign. But the voice inside him is silent. It has not stopped him from speaking. It has not stopped him from insulting the jury. And in that silence, Socrates finds a strange, serene confidence. The vote is happening, but the verdict in his mind has already been reached. He has been true to himself. Now, he waits to see if Athens will be true to itself. The ballots are poured out onto the counting table, a cascade of bronze clattering against wood. The scrutineers, officials with impassive faces, begin the tally. It is a slow, agonizing process. One pile for acquittal, one for condemnation. The crowd in the enclosure strains to see which pile is rising higher. From a distance, they look terrifyingly equal. Socrates watches with the same detached curiosity he might apply to a geometry problem. He is calculating the odds, not of survival, but of the city's rationality. Finally, the herald steps forward. The murmur of the crowd dies instantly. The result is read out. Guilty, 280. Not guilty, 221. A gasp runs through the assembly, but it is not a gasp of horror at the conviction. It is a gasp of surprise at the narrowness of the margin. In a jury of 501 men, facing a defendant who has been slandered for decades and who refused to beg for his life, the vote was razor thin. If only 30 votes had swung the other way, Socrates would be walking free. He stands up, looking at the numbers, and for the first time, a genuine smile breaks across his face. "I'm surprised," he admits to the court. "I did not think it would be so close. I expected a landslide." He sees this not as a defeat, but as a partial vindication. Nearly half the city stood with him. But the trial is not over. In the Athenian legal system, a conviction is followed by a penalty phase. The accuser proposes a punishment, and the defendant must propose a counterpenalty. The jury then votes again to choose one. They cannot mix and match. They cannot invent a third option. They must pick one of the two extremes. Meletus, emboldened by the verdict, stands up and demands the ultimate price, thanatos, death. Now it is Socrates' turn. This is the moment where he can save his life. If he proposes something reasonable, exile, for instance, the jury will almost certainly accept it. They don't really want to kill the old man. They just want him gone. They want the gadfly to buzz off to another city. The mood in the court is expectant. Just say, "Exile, old man." Say you'll leave, and we can all go home for lunch. Socrates steps to the beamer. He looks at the jurors who just convicted him. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. "What counter penalty shall I propose to you, men of Athens? Clearly, it should be what I deserve." He begins to reason aloud. "I'm a man who has neglected his own affairs, his family, and his fortune to care for your souls. I'm a benefactor to this city. I have spent my life trying to make you virtuous. So, what does a poor benefactor deserve?" He pauses. The jury leans in. "I propose," Socrates declares, his voice steady and serious, "that I be given free meals for life in the Prytaneum, just like the Olympic victors." No, the silence that follows is absolute, followed instantly by a roar of disbelief. The Prytaneum was the sacred hearth of the city, the town hall where visiting dignitaries and Olympic heroes were fed at public expense. It was the highest honor Athens could bestow. Socrates, a convicted criminal, is not asking for mercy. He is asking for a reward. He is saying, "You shouldn't punish me. You should thank me." It is the most audacious moment in the history of jurisprudence. To the angry jurors, it feels like a slap in the face. It looks like supreme arrogance, a mockery of the court's authority. They see an old man laughing at their power. "He treats us like children," a juror screams. The mood in the enclosure shifts violently. The men who voted to acquit him are now looking at him with confusion and annoyance. The men who convicted him are apoplectic. Socrates continues, seemingly oblivious to the riot he is causing. He explains why he cannot propose the other options. Imprisonment. Why should I live as a slave to the 11? A fine? I have no money. Exile. He laughs softly. "Men of Athens, if you who are my fellow citizens cannot endure my conversation, do you think strangers in other cities will bear it? I will go to Thebes, and the young men there will flock to me, and their fathers will drive me out. I will be a wanderer on the earth." "Then keep quiet," someone shouts. "Go into exile and keep your mouth shut." Socrates shakes his head. "This is the hardest thing of all to make you understand. If I say that I cannot hold my tongue because that would be disobeying the god, you will not believe me. You will think I am being ironic. But if I say to you that the unexamined life is not worth living for a human being, you will believe me even less." There it is, the core of his philosophy. The unexamined life is not worth living. He is telling them that to live in silence, without questioning, without searching for truth, is to be already dead. He would rather die in the body than die in the soul. Finally, bowing to the pressure of his friends, Plato, Crito, and Apollodorus are frantically gesturing from the crowd. Socrates makes a concession. "Plato here and Crito and Critobulus bid me propose a fine of 30 minae, and they will be sureties for the money. So I propose that sum." It is a substantial amount, a respectable offer. But it is too late. The Prytaneum comment has poisoned the well. The jury is no longer voting on the penalty. They are voting on his attitude. They pick up their ballots again. The second vote is a massacre. For death, 360, approximate. For the fine, 140, The numbers tell a terrifying story. Roughly 80 men who had initially voted not guilty changed their minds and voted to kill him. They didn't think he was a criminal, but they decided he was too annoying to live. Socrates has successfully goaded the city into martyrdom. When the death sentence is announced, Meletus looks triumphant, but Anytus looks grim. He knows that by killing the man, they are creating a myth. Socrates stands up for the final time. He is not shaken. He looks at the men who condemned him with a prophetic fire in his eyes. You think that by killing me, you can avoid the accuser who creates guilt in your lives, he warns them. But you are mistaken. Not I. But the truth will rise up to haunt you. Younger men will come, men I have held back until now, and they will be harsher with you because they are younger. If you think that by killing men, you can prevent someone from censuring your evil lives, you are mistaken. Then he turns to the friends who voted to acquit him. He smiles gently. He tells them a secret. My friends, a wonderful thing has happened to me. The customary sign, the daemonian, which has always checked me in the past when I was about to make a mistake. Today, it has been silent. It did not oppose me when I left my house, nor when I came up here, nor at any point in my speech. He looks up at the blue sky, the source of the light that has illuminated his investigation for 70 years. This silence is a proof. What has happened to me is a good thing, and those of us who think death is an evil are mistaken. For death is either a dreamless sleep, and what is better than a night of deep, undisturbed rest, or it is a migration to another place where I will meet the true judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and the heroes of old. I will be able to question Agamemnon and Odysseus. And above all, he chuckles, they do not put men to death there for asking questions. He gathers his cloak. The 11, the prison commissioners, are waiting to take him away. He looks at the jury one last time, not with anger, but with a strange, enigmatic distance. The hour of departure has arrived, he says, his voice carrying to the back of the silent enclosure. We go our ways, I to die, and you to live. Which is better, God only knows. The trial ended not with a swift execution, but with a strange, divinely orchestrated pause. We might expect Socrates to be dragged immediately to the pit to drink the poison before the sun set, but fate, or perhaps Apollo, intervened. On the very day before the trial, the Athenians had garlanded the stern of a sacred trireme, a vessel of immense antiquity, said to be the very ship Theseus sailed to Crete to slay the Minotaur. This ship was embarking on its annual pilgrimage, the Theoria, to the holy island of Delos, to give thanks to Apollo for saving the 7 youths and 7 maidens of legend. By ancient law, from the moment the priest of Apollo crowned the stern until the moment the ship returned to the harbor of Piraeus, the city of Athens had to remain ritually pure. No public executions were allowed. The state could not take a life while the ship was thanking the god for life. And so, Socrates was marched not to his death, but to the prison of the 11, a modest building near the agora, to wait. He was to be kept in chains until the wind blew the ship back home. But the wind, it seemed, was on the side of the philosopher. It blew contrary. The sacred vessel was delayed, buffeted by storms, becalmed in the Cyclades. What should have been a brief voyage stretched into a month-long twilight. For 30 days, Socrates lived in a strange limbo, a suspended sentence where he existed between the world of the living and the world of the dead. We enter the prison cell. It is not a dark, damp dungeon of medieval fantasy. It is a simple room, perhaps opening onto a courtyard, guarded by a man who has grown fond of his famous prisoner. The atmosphere here is surreal. It does not smell of fear. It smells of friendship and intense intellectual ferment. The prison has become the new agora. Every morning before dawn, a crowd of Socrates' friends gathers at the gates, Crito, Phaedo, Antisthenes, Aeschines, waiting for the jailer to unlock the door. When they are let in, they do not find a broken old man weeping in the corner. They find Socrates sitting on his bed, rubbing his legs where the fetters have just been removed for the day, smiling, ready to talk. The scene inside the cell is one of the most touching in history. It is a long, continuous wake, where the corpse is the most alive person in the room. His friends are devastated. They sit around him in varying states of grief. Apollodorus, known for his emotional volatility, is constantly bursting into tears. Crito sits silently, watching his friend with the protective, anxious gaze of a brother. But Socrates acts as the host. He comforts them. He jokes with them. He scolds them gently when they become too maudlin. He treats his imprisonment as merely a change of address, an inconvenience rather than a tragedy. During this month of waiting, a fascinating transformation occurs. Socrates, the man who famously distrusted poetry and myths, deciding they were often lies about the gods, begins to write poetry. He tells his friends that he has had a recurring dream throughout his life, a voice commanding him, "Socrates, make music and work at it." He had always assumed this meant philosophy, which is the highest music. But now, with the end approaching, he worries he might have misunderstood the literal command. Just to be safe, to clear his conscience before he meets the god, he spends his final days turning the fables of Aesop into verse and composing a hymn to Apollo. It is a beautiful, humble image. The great dialectician, the master of logic, sitting in chains, counting syllables on his fingers, trying to become a poet before the sun goes down. The irony of the situation is profound. The city has suspended executions to maintain its purity for Apollo, yet it is holding the man who has served Apollo more faithfully than anyone else. The ship is sailing to celebrate the salvation of Athenian youth from the Minotaur, while the Athenians in the city are preparing to kill the man who tried to save their youth from the Minotaur of ignorance. The entire month is a paradox. The city is trying to be pious by delaying the death of the man they condemned for impiety. As the days drag on, the prison becomes a place of pilgrimage. Men come from other cities, Simias and Cebes from Thebes, Echecrates from Phlius, drawn by the news of the trial. They sit at his feet, listening to his final arguments. They discuss the immortality of the soul. Socrates argues that the true philosopher has been practicing for death his entire life. The body, he says, is a distraction, a source of hunger, disease, and lust that clouds the mind's eye. Death is simply the moment when the soul is finally liberated from this heavy, clumsy diving suit of flesh and allowed to swim free in the ocean of truth. Why, he asks them, should he be afraid of the very thing he has been working towards? To fear death is to love the body more than the soul. He is cheerful, but he is not naive. He feels the pain of the chains. He rubs his shins and remarks on the strange relationship between pleasure and pain, how they are like two creatures with one head. You cannot have one without the other. When the chains are taken off, the pleasure of the relief is only possible because of the pain that preceded it. It is a small, physical observation that anchors the high-flying metaphysics. He is still a man. He still feels. The delay of the ship tests the nerves of everyone but the prisoner. Every morning, Crito goes down to the harbor or asks travelers for news. Is it sighted at Sunium? Has it passed Aegina? The tension is excruciating for the friends. They are watching the hourglass of their mentor's life run out, grain by grain. They want to save him. They have money. They have connections. The god can be bribed. He is a simple man who likes Socrates. Escape is not just a fantasy. It is a concrete possibility. They have a plan. The roads to Thessaly are open. But Socrates seems uninterested in the logistics of escape. He is more interested in the logistics of the afterlife. He spends his time mapping out the geography of the soul's journey, describing the judgment, the rivers of the underworld, the rewards for the just. He is packing his spiritual bags. He treats the return of the ship not as an execution date, but as a departure time for a long-anticipated vacation. Finally, the news comes. It is early morning, still dark. Crito arrives at the prison before the other visitors. He finds Socrates sleeping peacefully, a detail that amazes him. How can a man sleep so soundly when he knows he is about to die? Crito sits by the bed, watching him, reluctant to wake him. When Socrates finally opens his eyes, Crito breaks the news gently, but with a trembling voice. The ship has been reported at Sunium, he says. It will be here today. Socrates nods, swinging his legs out of bed. He does not gasp. He does not turn pale. He looks at Crito with a calm, almost beatific expression. Well, Crito, he says, if it pleases the gods, so be it. He then mentions a dream he just had. A beautiful woman in white robes approached him and quoted a line from Homer. On the third day, Socrates, you shall reach fertile Phthia. It is the line Achilles speaks about going home. Socrates interprets it to mean that the ship will be delayed one more day. He will not die today, but tomorrow. Crito is in agony. The closeness of the end makes him desperate. He begins to plead. He lays out his arguments for escape, not for Socrates' sake, but for the sake of his friend's reputation. People will say we were too cheap to buy your freedom, he cries. He pushes the philosopher to break the law, to run, to live. And so, in the shadow of the approaching ship, the final struggle begins. Not between Socrates and his enemies, but between Socrates and his friends, a battle of love and logic, fought in the quiet desperation of a prison cell, while the white sails of the Theoria glide slowly, inexorably, past the headland of Sunium, carrying the death of the wisest man in the world in its hold. The dawnlight filtering into the cell is grey and weak, painting the stone walls in shades of charcoal and bone. The air is cold, but the chill radiating from Crito is colder still. He sits on the edge of the bed, leaning forward, his hands clasping Socrates' knee in a gesture of frantic intimacy. This is the final temptation of Socrates. It is not a temptation of the flesh, nor of power. It is the temptation of love. Crito, the wealthy, practical, devoted friend, has come to steal Socrates away from death. He has the money, he has the guards in his pocket, he has safe houses arranged in Thessaly. All Socrates has to do is stand up, walk out the door, and live. Think of your children, Crito whispers, his voice cracking with the strain of the argument he has been rehearsing all night. If you die, they will be orphans. They will be beggars. Is this the act of a good man to abandon his sons when he could save them? He shifts his tactic, attacking Socrates' pride. And think of what people will say about us, your friends. They will say we valued our money more than your life. They will say we were cowards who let you die because we were too cheap to bribe a jailer. Do not shame us, Socrates. Do not let your enemies win. By staying here, you are doing exactly what they want. You are throwing your life away. It is a powerful human argument. It appeals to fatherhood, to friendship, and to the natural instinct for survival. Crito is begging him to be reasonable, to be a man of the world. Why should he respect a law that has condemned him unjustly? The jury was wrong. The verdict was a lie. Surely, morality demands that he save himself from an evil act. Socrates listens patiently, his hand resting gently on Crito's trembling shoulder. He looks at his friend with deep affection, but his eyes are clear, unclouded by the panic that has gripped the room. When he speaks, his voice is not the whisper of a conspirator, but the steady rhythmic tone of the dialectic. He is about to perform his final act of midwifery. He is going to deliver Crito from the illusion that two wrongs make a right. My dear Crito, Socrates begins, your zeal is invaluable, if a right one, but if wrong, the greater the zeal, the greater the danger. He gently pushes Crito's emotional appeals aside. He refuses to decide based on what the majority will think. Why should we care about the opinion of the many, he asks. The good, who are the only people worth considering, will think that we acted rightly. He strips the problem down to its ethical core, removing the variables of money, children, and reputation. The only question that matters is this: is it right to escape? To answer this, Socrates summons ghosts. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens, the nomoi, have taken on human form and are standing in the cell with them. He gives the state a voice, and through his lips, the laws begin to interrogate the prisoner. It is a terrifying and beautiful personification, a dialogue within a dialogue that transforms the damp prison cell into the supreme court of the conscience. Tell us, Socrates, the laws thunder. What are you about to do? Are you not going to destroy us? Do you imagine that a state can subsist and not be overthrown, in which the decisions of law have no power, but are set aside by private individuals? Socrates imagines his own feeble defense. But the state injured me. It gave an unjust sentence. The laws reply with crushing logic. Was that our agreement? Or were you to abide by the sentence of the state? They remind him of the social contract he signed with his life. Did we not bring you into existence? Did your father not marry your mother by our aid? Did we not educate you? Are you not our child and our slave? The argument deepens. The laws point out that Socrates was freer than any other citizen. He rarely left Athens. He never chose to emigrate to Sparta or Crete, whose laws he claimed to admire. He stayed. He walked the streets, married a wife, and raised children under the protection of Athenian law. By remaining for 70 years, he validated the contract. He accepted the benefits of the city. He must now accept its burdens. To break the law now, simply because it has become inconvenient, because it demands his life, would be the act of a hypocrite. It would be to strike his father because his father struck him. You will be confirming the opinion of the jurors, the laws warn him. For he who is a corrupter of the laws is more than likely to be a corrupter of the young. If you run away to Thessaly, that land of disorder, you will live as a flatterer of all men and a servant of all. And what of your talk of virtue? Will you preach justice while you are a runaway slave? The logic is relentless. Socrates argues that he cannot return evil for evil. Just because the city wronged him does not give him the right to wrong the city. To destroy the authority of the law is to attack the very foundation of civilization. If every man decided which laws to obey based on his personal feelings, there would be no society, only chaos. He is the victim of men, not of the laws. Meletus and Anytus abuse the system, but the system itself, the idea of law, remains sacred. To escape would be to validate the accusation that he is a danger to the state. By dying, he proves his supreme loyalty to Athens. He accepts the verdict to save the law. Crito sits silently, his head bowed. The force of the argument washes over him, dissolving his panic, his plans, and his hope. He realizes that he cannot save Socrates' body without destroying Socrates' soul. If Socrates escapes, he becomes just another politician, another hypocrite who values survival over principle. He would cease to be Socrates. The man Crito loves is the man who stays. Socrates looks at his friend, his face softened by the twilight of the cell. This, dear Crito, is the voice which I seem to hear murmuring in my ears, like the sound of the flute in the ears of the mystic. That voice, I say, is humming in my ears and prevents me from hearing any other. Know that anything more which you may say will be in vain. It is a moment of profound surrender. The flute music of the laws has drowned out the weeping of the world. The decision is made. There will be no escape, no bribed guards, no midnight dash to the coast. The cell door will remain locked from the inside by the prisoner's own will. Crito looks up, tears streaming down his face, but he nods. He accepts the terrible grace of the decision. I have nothing to say, Socrates, he whispers. Then let us leave it there, Crito, Socrates says gently, and let us do as I say, since this is the way the god is leading. The sun has risen fully now. The grey light has turned to gold, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, the same dust that covered the young stonemason, the hoplite, and the gadfly. The day has begun. It is the last day. The ship from Delos has docked. The garland has been removed from the stern. The ritual purity is over, and the city is ready to kill its conscience. Crito rises slowly, his limbs heavy with grief, to go and tell the others that the escape is off. Socrates remains on the bed, rubbing his leg, listening to the fading echo of the laws, preparing himself not for a journey to Thessaly, but for a journey to the unknown. The argument is over. The philosophy is finished. All that remains now is the dying. The sun begins to dip below the peaks of Mount Hegaleo, painting the sky in bruises of violet and blood orange, the final sunset of the Golden Age. In the small prison cell near the bustling agora, the air grows still. The debate is finished. The arguments about the soul, the forms, and the nature of the earth have all been spun and cut. Now, there is only the waiting. The friends of Socrates, Phaedo, Crito, Apollodorus, sit in a tight circle, their faces etched with a grief they are struggling to suppress. They are like men standing on a dock, watching a great ship unmoor itself from the earth. The jailer enters. He is not a monster. He is a simple slave of the 11, and he has come to love the old man. He is weeping openly. Socrates, he says, his voice thick with tears, I know you are the noblest and gentlest and best man who has ever come here. Other men curse me when I bring the order, but you know what I have come to say. Farewell, and try to bear lightly what must needs be. He turns his face away and rushes out. Socrates looks after him with genuine warmth. How charming the man is, he remarks to his friends. Since I have been in prison, he has always been coming to see me. And now how generously he weeps for me. Crito, desperate to steal a few more moments, gestures to the window. The sun is still on the mountains, Socrates, he urges. It is not yet set. Others wait until late at night to drink the poison. Do not hurry. There is still time. Socrates smiles the smile of a man who has already left the room. I do not think I should gain anything by drinking the poison a little later, he says gently, except to become ridiculous to myself, clinging to life when there is no more life left. He orders the poison to be brought. While they wait, he bathes himself in the small anteroom, scrubbing the dust of the prison from his skin. He tells Crito he wants to save the women the trouble of washing a corpse. It is a final act of practical consideration, typical of the man who worried about the cost of a rooster. Xanthippe and the children come to say goodbye. The details are sparse, but the emotional weight is crushing. He holds them for a moment, the flesh and blood he is leaving behind. And then, to spare them the horror of the end, he asks Crito to have them taken home. Xanthippe leaves, crying out in the ancient keen of mourning. Then the executioner returns, carrying a cup. It is a kylix, perhaps, filled with a dark, murky liquid, conium maculatum, hemlock. The botanist Theophrastus tells us it is a cold poison, one that numbs the extremities and slowly freezes the heart. Socrates looks at the man with the cup. You, my good friend, who are experienced in these matters, what must I do? Nothing, the man says, except drink it and walk about until your legs feel heavy, and then lie down, and it will act of itself. Socrates takes the cup. His hand does not tremble. His color does not change. He looks at the poison as if it were a cup of wine at a banquet. He asks, with a hint of his old playfulness, what do you say about making a libation out of this cup to some god? May I or not? The man shakes his head. We only bruise as much as is quite enough for the purpose. I understand, Socrates says, but I may and must ask the gods to prosper my journey from this world to the other. He raises the cup. He holds it there for a heartbeat. The suspended moment between the finite and the infinite. Then calmly and cheerfully, he drains it to the dregs. Until this moment, the friends have held themselves together. But seeing the empty cup, their control shatters. Apollodorus breaks into a loud, jagged wail. Phaedo hides his face in his cloak to weep. The room fills with the sound of heartbreak. Socrates lowers the cup. What is this strange outcry? He demands, his voice stern but not unkind. I sent away the women mainly in order that they might not offend in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet, then, and have patience. Shamed by his courage, they check their tears. Socrates begins to walk. He paces the small cell, his bare feet moving across the stone floor, pad, 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 as the poison enters his blood. He talks of other things, perhaps, or simply hums a tune, until finally he stops. My legs are heavy, he announces. He lies down on the back, covering himself with a sheet. The executioner approaches and touches his feet. He presses hard on one foot and asks if he feels it. Socrates says no. The numbness is rising like a tide. It creeps up the shins, past the knees. The man touches his thighs. They are cold and stiff. He says that when the cold reaches the heart, he will be gone. The room is silent now, save for the ragged breathing of the witnesses. The sun has set. The cell is grey. Socrates lies perfectly still, his face covered. Then suddenly, he uncovers his face. His eyes are clear, focused on something the others cannot see. He speaks his final words, a riddle that has echoed for 24 centuries. Crito, we owe a rooster to Aesculapius. Please don't forget to pay the debt. Aesculapius is the god of healing. You sacrifice a rooster when you recover from a sickness. Socrates is telling them that life, with its confusion, its bodily needs, its ignorance, was the illness, and death is the cure. He is not dying, he is recovering. It shall be done, Crito whispers, leaning close. Is there anything else? There is no answer. A moment passes. A slight movement shakes the body. The eyes roll upward, fixed on the eternal forms. Crito reaches out and gently closes his mouth and his eyes. The gadfly is silent. The best and wisest and most righteous man in Athens has left the city, leaving behind a silence that is louder than any accusation, a silence that will haunt the conscience of the world forever. And now the heavy wooden door of the prison closes, sealing the scene in the amber of memory. The weeping of the friends fades into the distance, becoming soft and indistinct, like the sound of rain on a roof. We float away from the cell, drifting up through the stone ceiling, up into the cool indigo night of ancient Greece. Take a slow, deep breath. Let the tension of the trial, the noise of the marketplace, and the weight of the history dissolve. The sun has set on Athens, but the stars, the same stars that watched over Socrates, are shining above you now. They are the silent witnesses, the unblinking eyes of the cosmos that hold all stories in their vast, quiet embrace. Imagine you are floating in that silence. The city below is just a scattering of flickering lights, small and fragile against the dark. The arguments are over. The questions have all been asked. There is nothing left to solve, nothing left to defend, nothing left to prove. There is only the peace of the dreamless sleep that Socrates promised, a rest so deep and so perfect that not even the gods disturb it. Feel your own body becoming heavy, not with the cold of hemlock, but with the warm, golden weight of relaxation. Your legs are heavy and warm. Your hands are resting. Your eyelids are soft curtains, closing against the world. You are safe here, protected by the wisdom that knows that everything passes, but the soul remains. Let the voice of the philosopher become a whisper in the wind, a gentle reminder that you have paid your debts, you have fought your battles, and now you owe a rooster to the god of rest. The cure for the day is the night. Drift on that dark ocean. The ship has arrived. You are home. Sweet dreams.